Chapter 5270. Alright, the essence of rejuvenation of withered leaves is only one thing, and that is to open the hidden door of life, Duan Muyu said slowly. The hidden door of life. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. Do you know that all the mental cultivation methods and moves of our leaf spirit sect come from the same source? They all originate from the most ordinary yet most extraordinary thing in the world. Duan Muyu enlightened him. Leaf. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. This was not difficult to guess. The name of the leaf spirit sect explained everything. Moreover, all its representative moves had the word leaf in them, such as the falling leaves signifying autumn, a leaf like a mountain, and the rejuvenation of withered leaves. That's right, it's a leaf. The birth of a leaf and the fall of a leaf represent the reincarnation of the world. When people see a green leaf, they will see vitality, and when they see a withered leaf, they will see death. However, they don't know that the two reinforce and counteract each other. A green leaf can also have a killing intent, and a withered leaf can also have a day of rejuvenation. At this point, Duan Muyu paused, took out a withered yellow leaf from his arms, and handed it to Lin Yi. Feel it. Lin Yi took the withered leaf and looked at it for a while. It was different from what he had expected. There was nothing unusual on it, nor was there any hidden spiritual energy. This was just an ordinary withered leaf. However, after thinking about Duan Muyu's words for a while, Lin Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Do you mean that there is vitality on this withered leaf that ordinary people can't see? When Duan Muyu heard this, a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. This guy's comprehension ability was a little too abnormal. When he first obtained the withered leaf, it took him an entire day to understand this principle. Compared to other disciples of the same sect, this was considered fast. Some people could spend an entire month trying to understand it but still couldn't understand it. They didn't even have the qualifications to practice withered leaf rejuvenation. Of course, after witnessing the entire process of Lin Yi cracking the mirror world just now, Duan Muyu was not too surprised by this. Comprehension was closely related to insight. For a person like Lin Yi who had extremely abnormal insight, his comprehension would naturally not be weak. That's right. Although the leaf has withered, it's not really dead. There's still a strong vitality hidden in it. It's just that it's temporarily sealed because of the environment. As long as we can open this sealed door of vitality, it will be able to regain its vitality, which is the withered leaf that you saw earlier, Duan Muyu explained. Lin Yi nodded. These words were not difficult to understand. Lin Yi was saying that when a person was exhausted, it seemed that he had reached his limit, but in fact, it was just an instinctive self-defense mechanism of the human body. He was not really at the point of exhaustion. Then how do we open this sealed door of life? Lin Yi asked. This was the crux of the problem. Duan Muyu was silent for a moment and said, you only need to do two things. One is to hypnotize yourself, and the other is to use your true qi to pierce the acupoints. Strictly speaking, her words had already pointed out the cultivation method. She could not say anything more. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to personally teaching Lin Yi to practice the withered leaf rejuvenation. Even if she was the eldest senior sister of Yi Ling sect, she did not have this right. However, Lin Yi did not need her to say more at all. With Lin Yi's comprehension, these two sentences were enough. As for what to do next, he could completely rely on himself to figure it out, and there was no need to put Duan Muyu in a difficult position. Thank you. Lin Yi cupped his hands and thanked her. He asked this purely for reference research because he had not tried it before. At the moment, he did not know how much value he could dig out from it. However, one thing was certain. What she said was indeed profound and worth pondering. Now can you tell me about you? Duan Muyu said with great anticipation. Well, as you saw just now, I have a private space. As long as I think about it, I can easily put things in the real world, but only plants and some ordinary items. As for humans, I can't. Of course, the primordial spirit can go in. Lin Yi explained. As for how this space came about, he could not elaborate. After all, on the one hand, it was related to his life experience, and on the other hand, he only heard it from Lin Dongfang. He did not know much about it. Private space. Even though Duan Muyu had seen it with her own eyes, she was still stunned when she heard this word at this time. This kind of thing had never been heard of or seen before. Perhaps even the old monsters in the Yuanying realm in the remote ancient Jianghu did not have such an artifact. He could not help but be surprised and confused. Who the hell are you? Lin Yi could not help but roll his eyes. The water lotus protector had such a reaction, and Duan Muyu also had such a reaction. He had to be patient and said, I'm not a saint. I'm just a lump of primordial spirit. Are you really just a primordial senior of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island? Duan Muyu did not believe it and questioned, but why are your moves completely different from those of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island? They're not the same at all. From the remote ancient Jianghu to the present, the time span was too long. Even if it was passed down from the same sect, there would inevitably be a lot of changes in the mental cultivation methods and moves, but it would not be completely different. It was almost equivalent to setting up a new sect. The three sects of the North Island were recognized as the sects with the most historical inheritance in the remote ancient Jianghu. In the records, there had never been a major disaster such as the extermination of the whole sect, so it was impossible for there to be such a big deviation in the inheritance of the most basic mental cultivation methods and moves. There could only be two explanations. One was that Lin Yi had learned too many things and formed his own sect. The other was that Lin Yi was not the primordial senior of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island at all. Yi Ling sect paid the most attention to the instinctive perception in the subconscious. As the eldest senior sister of Yi Ling sect, Duan Muyu was naturally second to none in this aspect. A woman's intuition was very accurate, and her intuition was far above most women's. Her intuition told her that Lin Yi should belong to the latter, because Lin Yi did not look like an ancient primordial senior at all. He should be a real young man, and his real age was very likely to be much younger than her. Oh, I've never been one. Lin Yi said honestly. Huh. Then why do they all call you Martial Granduncle? Duan Muyu said in surprise. If it was those ordinary disciples of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island who admitted it, they were relatively easy to be deceived. But Xin Yijie was a master in the Gold Core stage. How could Lin Yi deceive him? It's a long story. Although I'm not their real Martial Granduncle, we do have this connection. It's not wrong for them to call me Martial Granduncle. Lin Yi smiled. Since they had come to this point, he might as well make it clear. He said, you know Heaven Stage Island, right? Chapter 5271. Well, I can tell you that the Heaven Stage Island really exists, because I came back from the Heaven Stage Island. Lin Yi said frankly. There was no need to hide this kind of thing, because even if he didn't say it himself, someone could find out the whole story from other cultivators in the secular world. There was no way to hide it at all. Is that true? Duan Muyu was completely stunned. The impact of Lin Yi's words was even greater than the space of the jade pendant, because it almost subverted the world view that she had cultivated since she was a child. The Heaven Stage Island that only appeared in the legends actually existed. After she digested it for a while, Lin Yi continued, I went to the Heaven Stage Island from the secular world and joined the sect Blue Cloud Pavilion of the North Island. It should be the same sect as the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island of the small archaic Jianghu of the far ancient Jianghu, and its inheritance is more complete and more powerful. Therefore, to Xin Yijie and the others, I'm naturally called Granduncle Master. Granduncle Xin doesn't know about this? Duan Muyu asked. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Lin Yi said non-committally. Xin Yijie definitely didn't know at the beginning, but after so many months, if he wanted to inquire about Lin Yi, it should not be difficult for him to find out about Lin Yi's situation. He just didn't know why he didn't say it. Of course, whether for Xin Yijie or the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, it didn't matter whether Lin Yi was the real archaic Granduncle Master or not. What mattered was that he knew the complete advanced version of the mental cultivation method of their sect, which alone made him worthy of being called Granduncle Master. Well, it's really an eye-opener today. Duan Muyu let out a long breath. She was a little confused now. These things couldn't be digested without a few days, especially the Heaven Stage Island. She could only accept it slowly. By the way, what are you going to do next? Lin Yi asked. Of course I'm going to the River of Divine Senses, Duan Muyu said. Before this, she still wanted to wander around looking for treasures of heaven and earth, but now she had completely given up on this idea. Water Lily Protector alone could easily control her life and death. Now there was a large number of powerful spirit beasts, including the brain-eating bug, and even an even more terrifying and mysterious lord outside. Wandering around alone was tantamount to courting death. Therefore, her only thought now was to find the river of divine senses to refine her divine senses and then quickly leave this troublesome place. After a pause, Duan Muyu asked, "What about you?" After a pause, Duan Muyu asked, "What about you?" But this place is so big, it's easier said than done to find them. Why don't we go to the river of spiritual knowledge together? I think Cooled and the others must also be heading in the direction of the river of spiritual knowledge. In theory, yes, but I have a simpler method. Before Duan Muyu could ask, Chen Fan said. Lin Yi grinned meaningfully, then his figure flashed and disappeared. After a while, he reappeared, but there was a familiar figure beside him. It was Water Lily Protector. Duan Muyu jumped in fright. There was no doubt that the water lily was powerful, and it was only because of Lin Yi's jade space that he was able to suppress it so tightly. Now that it had escaped, wouldn't it be releasing a tiger back into the mountains? But to her surprise, the water lily didn't do anything after coming out, and just stood there obediently. It just stood there obediently with a bitter look on its face. Lin Yi smiled, "Don't worry, this is just a clone. Its main body is still trapped by me. If it dares to do anything, its main body will immediately die. It won't dare to do anything." Duan Muyu carefully looked at Water Lily Protector and saw that it was really scared like a quail. She shook her head speechlessly. Water Lily Protector was a powerful existence, but now it had been turned into such a state by Lin Yi. It was more than just a mess, it was a little pitiful. "Why did you get it out?" Duan Muyu asked. "Isn't it known to be able to control every blade of grass and every tree on the ground? Since the brain-eating bug can get it to help, I can naturally do it too. I asked it to find Lung Lung and the others. If it can't find them, I'll kill it." Lin Yi said and pouted at Water Lily Protector, urging, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Yes. Water Lily Protector nodded quickly. It had no choice but to lower its head. Its life was now completely in the hands of Lin Yi, so it had no choice but to obey him. Duan Muyu couldn't help but feel amused and speechless. It was really unlucky for the Water Lily Protector to meet such a big nemesis like Lin Yi. After a while, Water Lily Protector said cautiously, "I found them. They are approaching the river of divine knowledge, but soon they will encounter a spirit beast comparable to the early stage of Gold Core. They should encounter a lot of trouble." The early stage of Gold Core. Lin Yi frowned. With the strength of Lung Lung and the others, although it was not completely impossible to deal with a spirit beast of this level, it was indeed a big challenge. He immediately said, "Take us there." The implication was that Duan Muyu was also included, and Duan Muyu had no intention of objecting. Anyway, they were all heading in the direction of the river of divine knowledge. She was also happy to go with Lin Yi, so she could be his companion. The two immediately returned to the outside world through the tree-hole sky ladder. All they saw was the familiar Primeval Forest. However, as soon as Lin Yi's figure appeared at the entrance of the tree hole, a surprised voice immediately came from the side, "Senior Lin." Lin Yi heard the voice and looked over. The voice was none other than Fei Yangsheng, who had been released earlier. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Why are you still here?" I don't dare to go around, so I just stayed here and waited for you to come out." Fei Yangsheng rubbed his hands and smiled apologetically. This was the truth. It was not that he didn't want to go, but he really didn't dare to go around. With his strength, he didn't need to be like Water Lily Protector at all. Any spirit beast in the late stage of Foundation establishment would kill him. It was safer to hold on to Lin Yi. "Oh, aren't you afraid that I can't defeat those spirit beasts?" Lin Yi was amused. Fei Yangsheng was taking a risk by doing this. If he didn't wait for him but other spirit beasts, wouldn't he become a tribute? No. Senior, you are so powerful. I believe you will definitely be fine." Fei Yangsheng hurriedly flattered. In fact, he simply felt that Lin Yi was a spirit that came and went without a trace. Even if he couldn't defeat the other party, it would definitely be no problem for him to stay alive. Besides, he was quite confident in his hiding method, so he dared to stay. Chapter 52-72. Although you're not a very good person, you made the right bet. Duanmu Yu, who had followed Lin Yi out, could not help but smile when he heard this. Senior sister Duanmu, you're safe and sound too. That's great. Fei Yangsheng hurriedly nodded and bowed to greet them, but in the next moment, he saw the water lotus climbing out behind the two of them. His eyes suddenly widened, and he screamed, turned around, and ran away. However, after running a few steps, he realized that no one was chasing after him. He turned around and saw that Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu were looking at him strangely, while the water lotus was standing behind them obediently. Fei Yangsheng finally reacted. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked with a smile, "This is my new little brother." Lin Yi casually made up a story. Duanmu Yu was amused, while the water lotus dared not say anything. "I'm just trapped by you. When did I become your little brother?" Fei Yangsheng did not know the inside story, and he was immediately in awe. Although he had never seen magical techniques like the moon's reflection and the old well's rippleness, the water lotus was the leader of all the spirit beasts present. To him, it was a powerful existence that he could only look up to. Lin Yi was actually able to subdue such an existence. He was indeed remarkable. Senior is indeed a senior. You're too powerful. Fei Yangsheng hurriedly squeezed out an expression of admiration. He then rubbed himself to the side and said to the water lotus, "Hello, brother spirit beast. My name is Fei Yangsheng. From now on, we'll be on the same path. Please take care of me." Trash. The water lotus snorted with extreme disdain. He turned his head away and could not be bothered with this kind of trash. If it was not under the control of someone else, Fei Yangsheng would have been crushed to death by a single finger. Fei Yangsheng was rebuffed, but he did not feel embarrassed. He turned his head and continued to flatter Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi was the one with the thick thighs. As long as he pleased Lin Yi, everything else could be discussed. They surrounded Lin Yi and followed him around, trying their best to flatter him. Even Duanmu Yu could not stand it anymore. He frowned and said, "Aren't you annoying?" "Ah." Fei Yangsheng could only smile bitterly. He didn't want to do this, but what if Lin Yi thought he was a burden and dumped him if he didn't suck up to Lin Yi? How was he supposed to survive in a forest like this where danger lurked everywhere? "All right, don't waste your energy. I don't like that kind of thing here. If you want to follow me, then follow me. Just don't cause me any trouble." Lin Yi curled his lips. Although he did not treat Fei Yangsheng as one of his own, and he did not trust Fei Yangsheng as much as Duanmu Yu. After all, the latter could be regarded as a life-and-death friend, he was not so cruel as to leave Fei Yangsheng behind and follow him. At the same time, just as Water Lily said, Cooled and the others encountered a big problem. A giant black praying mantis that was as tall as two people blocked in front of them. A golden core stage spirit beast. Lung Lung quickly shielded Lingshan and the others behind her. Her heart skipped a beat as she felt the ferocious aura coming from the enemy. They had been on the road for days. On the way, they met another 5 or 6 spirit beasts that blocked the way. Including Lung Lung, everyone wasn't in a good state. Their stamina, chi, and spirit were all used up. Especially Ying Ziyu, who got injured from a Foundation Establishment stage spirit beast last time. She hadn't fully recovered yet. But that time wasn't entirely Ziyu's fault. It was a dangerous situation, and they were surrounded by 2 spirit beasts. If it wasn't for her trying her best to buy time for Cooled and the others, they might not even be able to make it out alive. One could only say that this place was just too dangerous, and without Lin Yi's protection, every second they stood here was a risk. If they could make it out of here alive, they would all be reborn. It wasn't just Ziyu. Lingshan and the others were all injured as well. Now, they met a giant praying mantis that was as strong as a golden core stage. Even if the other party was only the weakest early gold core stage, it was definitely a fatal matter. What do we do? Everyone looked at Lung Lung in unison. Lung Lung was the strongest among them, and she had shown sufficient courage and responsibility in the past few days. Everyone had great trust in her. Even if they could not say that they would blindly follow her lead, she would definitely not go back on her word at critical moments. Kill. Lung Lung spat out fiercely, and her aura changed. She had the aura of iron and blood now. Her soft body stood in front of the praying mantis without hesitation, not backing down. Kill. 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 Ling Shan and the others roared in unison, their auras merging into one. The defensive formation Lin Yi had taught them was just a show a couple of days ago, but now it looked like it had reached a certain level of mastery. Life and death battles were the most motivating, and the saying wasn't wrong at all. Huff, a bunch of human scum like ants dares to challenge me? Where did you get the guts from? The praying mantis didn't have any expression on its insect face, but the mockery was obvious. It didn't care about Lung Lung at all. It's just a praying mantis, but it's quite arrogant. Chen Tian grinned. You can't say that. It has some ability to be arrogant. After all, it's not easy for a praying mantis to grow this big. Who knows how many dirty things it ate to absorb so much nutrition? Fatty Lai chimed in with a smile. That's right. Such a big praying mantis looks very scary. Judging from its voice, it seems to be a male. In the future, the wedding night will be the time of its death. According to their customs, it will be eaten by the bride. How miserable. That's right. Yu Bing and the others all chimed in. It was hard to not be nervous in front of a strong enemy, and they were using this method to calm themselves down. They didn't want to make any mistakes later. Bullshit. You're talking about normal praying mantises. I'm the king mantis. How can I be eaten by a female praying mantis? The praying mantis was pissed off, and it couldn't care less about the mockery anymore. It waved its two scythe-like front limbs and charged at them. It didn't look fast, but its body was long, and its strides were long. With just 3 steps, it crossed a distance of 10 meters, and it arrived in front of Lung Lung. Its scythe-like front limbs turned into 2 black lightning bolts, and the speed of the attack was so fast that it created a sonic boom. Lung Lung was the first one to be attacked. Chapter 5273. Lung Lung did not dare to be negligent. She did not hold back at all. Before her opponent's scythe-like forelimbs slashed down vertically, she used her most powerful ice prison mirror without hesitation. Her surroundings were suddenly filled with extreme coldness. Her opponent's 2 black scythes that were closest to her were instantly covered with a layer of ice crystals. Even his movements were significantly slower. Insects were creatures that were extremely afraid of the cold, and mantises were no exception. Even this black praying mantis, which was comparable to a golden core practitioner, had the weakest resistance to the cold. From a certain perspective, it was countered by Lung Lung's ice shatter physique. This was because of the difference in levels, and once Lung Lung broke through to golden core, it wouldn't be a threat at all. It was a pity that Lung Lung was only at foundation completion, and the ice prison mirror didn't freeze her completely. It only slowed the black praying mantis down by more than 70%. That was more than enough. Lung Lung took the chance to retreat and blend into the formation, using herself as the arrow. Third strategy. Understood. Everyone replied. What Lin Yi gave them was a typical defensive formation, but it wasn't a turtle shell that only defended and didn't attack. There were a few different strategies, and the third strategy was to move around and pin down the enemy. Defending passively would only put them at a disadvantage. Using offense as defense, moving around when the opportunity presented itself was even more invulnerable. With Lung Lung as the arrow, Ling Shan, Wu Chentian, Yu Bing, and the others as the backbone, and Ziyu and the others as backup, this formation was much more powerful than what they had on paper. None of them were burdens, and all of them were important members. This was especially true now that the ice prison mirror's effect was so strong that the black praying mantises, which were brimming with murderous intent, suddenly slowed down. Everyone was like fish in water as they moved around the black praying mantises. Every time they attacked, they would retreat, and every time they attacked, they would leave. They didn't give the black praying mantises any chance to retaliate. Even when the black praying mantis tried to attack, it was blocked by the defense team, unable to hurt them at all. You despicable and shameless human scum, all you know how to do is sneak around, Do you dare fight me head-on? The black praying mantis was going crazy from anger. Although the power of each of their attacks was far from being strong. However, its carapace was much weaker than usual after being frozen by the ice prison mirror. Every time it was struck, it would leave behind a few shallow wounds. One or two would be fine, but ants could bite an elephant to death. Even the slightest injury would be fatal if it accumulated for too long. What's more, the damage caused by the crowd could only be considered small, but it wasn't so small that it was negligible. Idiot. This is called human intelligence. Chen Tian grinned. They were very familiar with this tactic, and almost all the spirit beasts blocking their way were killed this way. It seemed that it was also effective against golden core spirit beasts. Although they everyone, pick up the pace. I have a bad feeling about this, Lung Lung said softly. Using the wandering tactic would inevitably lead to a protracted battle. Based on previous experience, there was only one result, and that was when the opponent suffered enough and escaped. In order to maintain the formation, they did not have the ability to chase after them. Of course, this wasn't a bad outcome for the group. After all, if they really forced the enemy to a dead end, it would definitely struggle at all costs, and they might have to pay the price of death. Other than that, there was another risk. That was, a long delay would bring trouble. Just like last time, they were only facing a complete Foundation establishment spirit beast. They could have easily taken it down, but because of the long delay, they attracted another late-stage Foundation establishment spirit beast. Being surrounded from both front and back, Lung Lung had a bad feeling about this, and now that feeling appeared again. Hearing Lung Lung's words, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they picked up the pace with all their might. They only wanted to chase this black praying mantis away as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the black praying mantis's leg armor had a few wounds, and it was broken by Lung Lung's kick. Although losing a leg didn't affect it as much as a human, it still scared the hell out of it, a bunch of lunatic. In order to break its leg, Lung Lung's group paid the price of 2 people, including Yu Bing, getting injured. This was completely different from the way they fought just now. They were basically exchanging injury for injury, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were lunatics. Unfortunately, the black praying mantis was an existence comparable to a golden core spirit beast, and the way they fought would only make it angry. Unless they could seriously injure it, it would be impossible to scare it away like this. However, Lung Lung's group didn't slow down their pace. Instead, they worked together to speed up their pace. They didn't know if their premonition was accurate, but as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 possibility, they couldn't ignore it. They had to chase this black praying mantis away as soon as possible, or else if there were other strong spirit beasts surrounding them and attacked them from both sides, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, most of the time, the more impatient one was, the more things would go against one's will. Just like now, Lung Lung's group had increased their pace, but the effect was barely satisfactory. They had paid the price, but they still couldn't make their opponent waver. Instead, they were getting angrier, and it was getting harder to deal with. We can't go on like this. Lung Lung was anxious. She knew that she had made a huge mistake. She believed that if it was Lin Yi, he wouldn't have sped up his pace and started attacking in such a situation. In the end, she still lacked actual combat experience. She was too green. Lung Lung clenched her teeth. Since Lin Yi had entrusted everyone's safety to her, she had to bring everyone out of here. No matter what kind of danger they were in, she had to shoulder it alone. Chapter 5274. Not only Lung Lung, but Lingshan and the others also realized the danger, but due to the limitation of their strength, they were far more helpless than Lung Lung. Working together to maintain the formation was the only thing they could do. Just when the situation was in a stalemate, a voice came from behind along with applause. "Oh, looks like Lin Yi taught you guys pretty well, to be able to fight and even suppress a golden core stage spirit beast with this little strength. Not bad, not bad." Lung Lung and the others were shocked when they heard the voice, and then they found a familiar figure on a tree branch not far behind them, Shui Jianfeng. Looking at Shui Jianfeng's ridiculing expression, everyone's heart instantly sank to the bottom. That ominous premonition just now was indeed right. When it rains, it pours. They actually encountered this fellow at this time. If it wasn't for the black praying mantis, Leng Leng and the others might not be afraid of Shui Jianfeng. Although Shui Jianfeng was an early Golden Core stage master, he was almost defeated by Leng Leng in the last Archean trials. Even without Lin Yi here, as long as everyone worked together, they might not lose to Shui Jianfeng. But the problem was that there was still a Golden Core stage black praying mantis. In front of them was the black praying mantis, and behind them was Shui Jianfeng. Most importantly, these two were Golden Core stage existences. This situation was no different from a hopeless situation. With the history between Shui Jianfeng and Lin Yi, they didn't think that this guy would let go of such a great opportunity. Even if they used their toes to think, this guy would definitely hit them when they were down. Leng Leng quickly signaled everyone to stop. It was no longer suitable to use the wandering tactic to deal with the black praying mantis. Compared to the black praying mantis, Shui Jianfeng was a more dangerous threat that needed to be guarded against. At the same time, the black praying mantis also stopped moving. Although it hated Leng Leng and the others, it was not an idiot at this level. It also knew that the human behind it was a bigger threat to it. It could still fight and run when facing Leng Leng and the others, but facing Shui Jianfeng, it might not be able to escape even if it wanted to. Big praying mantis, this is a master. I advise you to run away before you die. Chen Tian rolled his eyes and said. The black praying mantis was already planning to retreat. Hearing his words, he became even more spirited and said angrily, You're just a mere human scum. Stop boasting shamelessly. This is my territory. Do you think I'm scared? Hey, we're not trying to scare you. You can't even beat us as a mantis. How are you going to survive if he's a Golden Core master? Ziyu and the others said. You want to scare me away with just a few words. Do you think I'm a fool? The black praying mantis didn't believe him. Before it finished speaking, it charged toward Shui Jianfeng with a howl. This wasn't an impulsive move. Instead, it had thought it through. Although Cooled and the others were not easy to deal with, they were not a real threat to it. It could escape at any time if the situation was not good, but this new human expert was different. It had to test the other party's strength first. If he was easy to deal with, then it would think of a way to kill him in one fell swoop. If he really wasn't easy to deal with, then it would be best to run. Seeing this, everyone smiled at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't know what the black praying mantis was planning, but this was the best situation for them. The danger of being pincered from both sides had been resolved with just a few words. This was truly a fluke. However, everyone's hearts only relaxed for a short moment before they suddenly tensed up again in the next moment. They were even more nervous than before. Shui Jianfeng didn't even move his butt when facing the ferocious praying mantis. But when it got close, he casually slashed with his hand, and the black praying mantis didn't even have a chance to resist. They were easily chopped into 8 pieces on the spot. So fucking stinky. Shui Jianfeng's face was very ugly. He had purposely acted like it was nothing more than to show off in front of everyone. In the end, the black praying mantis was easily taken care of, but he didn't expect to be covered in stinky blood. He was green from head to toe, looking like a clown that had just been fished out of a dye vat. Unfortunately, Cooled and the others weren't in the mood to laugh at him. They looked at each other as if they had seen a ghost. This guy was just an early phase Golden Core. How did he become so scary all of a sudden? Gold Core Paragon. Leng Leng uttered these words with difficulty. Shui Jianfeng's attack just now was very simple and swift. Ordinary people might not be able to see through his true strength, but Leng Leng was someone who had seen the world in the immemorial martial world. That was clearly the might of a Gold Core Paragon expert. Lingshan and the others were all stunned by this word. How long had it been? He went from early phase to Golden Core Perfect in an instant. No matter how many pills he took, there wouldn't be such a heaven-defying effect, right? According to the knowledge of the ancient world, no matter how talented one was, it would take at least a few decades to go from early phase to Golden Core Perfect. This was already the limit. It was common for people to be stuck at this stage for hundreds or thousands of years. Shui Jianfeng, on the other hand, only took a few months to break through to the golden core stage. How was this possible? Such a horrifying leveling speed, not to mention Cooled and the others. Even Lin Yi would be shocked if he knew about it. Of course, he was only shocked at the means of the core. As for Shui Jianfeng himself, he was nothing more than a piece of trash in his eyes. He wouldn't care about him at all. Yo, good eyesight. How is it? What do you think? Shui Jianfeng was still sitting on the tree trunk leisurely. He looked at everyone with a face full of arrogance and mockery, especially Cooled. Both of them were genius disciples of the Snowsword sect. In addition, Cooled was a famous beauty. Shui Jianfeng had many thoughts about her. Unfortunately, Cooled was unmoved by force or persuasion. Now that she came out to the common world to train, she fell in love with Lin Yi. She even turned the tables on him, almost causing him to fail miserably in the ancient trials. This was unbearable. Now that he had become a golden core perfect master, his greatest joy was to enjoy the expressions of those who went against him. The more shocked Cooled was, the happier he felt. Unfortunately, Cooled and the others were not very cooperative. The shocked expressions on their faces only lasted for a moment before disappearing. What was left was only a common enemy. Chapter 5275. Sunflower Bible? What does that mean? Shui Jianfeng was startled. He obviously didn't know about this common world joke. To practice this art, you must first castrate yourself. Don't you have these words on the first page of your art? Chen Tian chuckled. The others burst out in laughter. Even Leng Leng couldn't help but smile. She was initially on high alert, but now she wasn't so nervous anymore. Die, you bastard. Shui Jianfeng snapped back to reality and became furious. A mere Foundation establishment realm peak dared to make fun of him, a golden core full-cycle master. How reckless. With his current strength, it would be useless no matter how Leng Leng and the others worked together. Whoever he wanted to die would die. No one would be able to stop him. Shui Jianfeng made his move immediately, his entire body flying above everyone's heads, reaching out to grab Yu Bing and Wu Chentian's heads. He was planning to leave Leng Leng and Ling Shan alive and enjoy them later, but Yu Bing and Wu Chentian, these guys who didn't know what was good for them, shouldn't even think about living. You guys go first. With a loud shout, Leng Leng took the initiative to meet him. Although she almost succeeded in challenging someone of a higher level previously, facing the current Shui Jianfeng with her mere foundation building great circle was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. However, she had no other choice. Ling Shan and the others didn't waste any time. They ran away without hesitation. Saying that they would live and die together would only be a joke. All they could do was to escape as soon as possible and not be a burden to Leng Leng. You think you can stop me? When Shui Jianfeng saw this, he couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Last time, he had been humiliated by Leng Leng. This time, it was a good opportunity for him to get back at her. He wanted to let her experience the difference between them and the taste of despair. Golden Core full cycle against Foundation Establishment full cycle. It was an undeniable battle. Shui Jianfeng didn't even need to use his sword. It would be an insult to himself. Moreover, he only wanted to toy with Leng Leng. He didn't plan to take her life yet. Seeing Leng Leng's whip kick sweeping over, Shui Jianfeng smiled coldly as he raised his hand to block. He knew that he didn't even need to use his full strength. Leng Leng would fall on her own. Peng. Accompanied by the dull sound of a fist and a leg colliding, Shui Jianfeng's body suddenly paused. Following that, a strange expression appeared on his face. Cooled was actually not repelled by him. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. How is this possible? With such a huge difference in strength, even if she didn't use her full strength, she should be heavily injured. She couldn't just not take a step back, right? This is. Shui Jianfeng hastily accepted the challenge, but the situation was far beyond his expectations. He, who had the advantage of an entire realm, was actually suppressed by Cooled. Shui Jianfeng couldn't help but recall the situation in the primordial trials last time. It was the same at that time. As an early-stage gold core expert, He almost failed miserably at Lung Lung's hands. Now that he had become an expert in the Golden Core Perfection realm, he thought that he could easily wipe away his previous humiliation. He didn't expect that he would fall into such a strange situation again. It was already a rare thing to fight an enemy of a higher realm. It was even more difficult to fight an enemy of a higher realm. As for someone like Cooled who wanted to fight an enemy of a higher realm, it was something that had never happened before. It was simply a fantasy. What was even more ridiculous was that Shui Jianfeng was actually suppressed and couldn't break free for a while. Instant close-range combat was an extremely troublesome battle tactic, especially when it was coupled with the deceleration effect of Cooled's ice prison mirror. Even Shui Jianfeng couldn't easily shake it off. It would be fine if that was all, but the strange state that Cooled Lung was displaying right now was truly frightening. Not only was the cold air surrounding her body, even the exposed skin such as her palms and neck had turned into a cold gleam, as if they were formed into ice crystals. Shui Jianfeng couldn't figure out what was going on, but his pride would never allow him to be suppressed by a foundation-building perfection realm expert like Cooled. After being forced to take 5 steps back, he suddenly gritted his teeth and stopped his body. He couldn't be bothered to catch his breath and forcefully counterattacked with his palms. Doing so would easily cause him to suffer a backlash, but he couldn't care less as he was enraged. Bang! The 2 palms collided. This time, Shui Jianfeng had exerted his full strength. However, unexpectedly, Cooled Lung didn't retreat. Not only did she not retreat, but her attacks became even fiercer. What the hell? Shui Jianfeng's eyes widened in an instant. He couldn't understand what was going on at all. There was only one thought in his mind: this world was too crazy. However, he was the leader of the younger generation in the ancient martial world after all. Although Cooled Lung could barely suppress him, it was mainly because of the element of surprise. At most, she could only take the initiative in the battle. It was almost impossible for her to seriously injure him. After all, there was a gap of a whole realm between them. How could it be so easy to level the gap? After exchanging a few more blows, Shui Jianfeng finally figured out something. He realized that although he had been fighting with Cooled Lung head-on every time, the moment when the blows were really exchanged, the force and vital energy that were transmitted to the opponent would always go astray inexplicably. Most of the force would be diverted to the side. In the end, it was estimated that not even 1/10 of the force would be effective on Cooled Lung. Shui Jianfeng didn't believe it and tried a few more times. The result was the same every time. Amidst the shock, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. He blurted out, could it be the legendary Ice Skin Jade Skin? Ice Skin Jade Skin was not a mere description in the Ancient Alliance, especially in the Snowsword faction. It was a real defensive martial art. It was said that only a few people with extremely special physiques had the opportunity to cultivate it. Once it was cultivated, it could easily disperse most of the attacks. Moreover, it was extremely durable. Even when fighting against an opponent of a higher realm, it would rarely be at a disadvantage. Chapter 5276. You just realized it. A hint of mockery flashed in Lung Lung's eyes. It was normal for others not to realize it. After all, Jadeskin had only appeared a few times in the archaic Jianghu. However, Shui Jianfeng was a real disciple of the Snowsword School. He was really slow to recognize the martial arts of his school after such a long time. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The martial arts manual of Jadeskin was destroyed a long time ago. Where did you get the martial arts manual? Shui Jianfeng still found it hard to believe. It was not unreasonable for him to be so sure. He had tried to practice Jadeskin in the beginning, and he even spent a lot of money for it. Unfortunately, he found out later that he had no talent in this aspect, so he destroyed half of the martial arts manual in a rage. Thanks to his father, who was the vice leader of the school, he could cover it up without anyone knowing. Otherwise, he would have been severely punished by the school. How could he succeed in practicing without even a martial arts manual? It's none of your business. Lung Lung snorted. Her martial arts manual did not come from the school, but from Lin Yi. In the collection of martial arts manuals sent by Wang Xinyan and others, most of them only had entry-level martial arts manuals and basic martial arts manuals purchased from the black market. However, There were a few martial arts manuals and martial arts manuals that covered almost all the manuals and martial arts manuals, such as the Snowsword School where Wei Shenjin was from. Since Leng Leng had already mastered the Drawing Ground Prison and the Ice Prison Mirror, which were extremely threatening skills, she would not consider forcefully breaking through to the Golden Core stage in the short term. Therefore, in the last month before the start of the archaic trials, other than consolidating her level, she spent most of her remaining energy on practicing a new skill, which was the jade skin that Lin Yi had chosen for her. Strictly speaking, her shattered ice physique did not completely meet the requirements of jade skin. She could not learn jade skin in such a short time like painted ground and broken ice mirror. But her compatibility with jade skin was still above 80%. So, she had made some progress over the past month, and now it was coming in handy. Good, good, good. So what if you have jade skin? It's nothing more than a little endurance. Apart from speeding up the depletion of your dwindling physical strength and true qi, it simply can't harm a single hair of mine. What's the fart use? Shui Jianfeng said with a cold smile. Although he was trying to comfort himself, what he said was indeed true. Jade skin was just a defensive martial arts skill without any offensive ability. At most, it could only make Cooled more resistant to attacks, but it could not fundamentally change the status of the two of them. However, Leng Leng never expected to defeat Shui Jianfeng. That wasn't realistic. She only wanted to stall him and buy more time for Lingshan and the others to escape. And so far, her strategy had succeeded. Almost there. At this moment, Cooled's breathing became rather heavy. If she really wanted to hold Shui Jianfeng back, it was not enough to rely on Jadeskin alone. She also had to engage in close combat. No matter which one it was, it would consume a lot of her Zhen Qi. In addition, she had already consumed a lot of her Zhen Qi before. Holding on for half an hour was the limit of her endurance. Any longer and she would be exhausted. Leng Leng took a deep breath and forced Shui Jianfeng to retreat once again. She then turned around and fled without hesitation. Hihi, you still want to escape at this time? Aren't you too naive? Shui Jianfeng immediately chased after her with a cold smile. Although Leng Leng's speed was not considered slow, the gap between their strengths was there. Unless she had a skill like Lin Yi's, it was almost impossible to get rid of her opponent. In the blink of an eye, Leng Leng's back was hit by a palm. Although she relied on Jadeskin to absorb most of the force, she still spat out a mouthful of blood. However, her feet did not stop at all. Instead, she used the force of the palm to escape even faster. Chimph, let's see how long you can last. At this moment, Shui Jianfeng had completely thrown Lingshan and the others to the back of his mind. To be precise, he did not care about these people at all. Only Leng Leng in front of him, he had to get rid of her. In less than a year's time, Leng Leng had rushed from the early phase of foundation building to the full circle of foundation building. She even mastered powerful skills like Painted Prison and Ice Prison Mirror. Now that she had mastered Jadeskin, she could actually cross a whole level to fight with him for so long. The potential that Leng Leng displayed was too terrifying. Even Shui Jianfeng, who was proud and arrogant, had to admit that if he continued to let her be, he might be stepped on by Leng Leng one day. He might as well kill her while she was still in the cradle. A cold light flashed, and Shui Jianfeng immediately unsheathed his sword. Leng Leng only felt a chill on her back. Her back was immediately hit by the sword, and a glaring flower of blood spurted out. She's actually not dead. Shui Jianfeng looked at Leng Leng, who was still running away, and was stunned. He was not pretending to use his sword. He had used his full strength, but he did not expect that it would only leave a small wound on her back. Jadeskin's defense was indeed amazing. Again, I'd like to see how many times you can take my sword, Shui Jianfeng said ferociously. At this point, Shui Jianfeng did not hide his intention to kill anymore. It was a pity to kill such a beautiful woman like Leng Leng, but he could always find another one. However, if Leng Leng was allowed to grow, it would be his turn to worry about his life. The two of them ran and chased. In less than a moment, they had passed through dozens of miles of dense forest. At this time, Leng Leng's back was already dripping with blood. There were more than a dozen wounds of different sizes. She was only able to hold on with Jadeskin. Otherwise, she would have died a long time ago. Even so, Lung Lung was on the verge of collapsing. Not only was she bleeding from more than a dozen wounds, but most importantly, her physical strength and true qi were almost at their limits. Soon. It should be not far ahead. Lung Lung kept brainwashing herself along the way. Only in this way could she barely hold on and not collapse. They had just passed by this place yesterday, but at that time, they sensed that there was an unusually strong aura of a spirit beast, so they did not dare to approach it rashly. In the end, they took a detour carefully. But now, this unknown powerful spirit beast had become her only chance of survival. She had to find a way to alarm this unknown spirit beast and make it target Xue Jianfeng. Only in this way could Lung Lung escape this disaster. There was no other way. Xue Jianfeng soon noticed something strange. As an expert in gold core paragon, his perception range was naturally much wider than Lung Lung's. He immediately understood Lung Lung's intention with a thought. Without caring about anything else, he leaped up high and a huge white sword light fell from the sky silently. This was the strongest move he had mastered at the moment. 9 Heaven's Sword Fall. Chapter 52-77. Lung Lung stopped abruptly and sighed softly. Farewell, Lin Yi. Lin Yi had entrusted Ling Shan and the others to her, and now she had done the best she could. Even if she could not completely ensure everyone's safety, she had a clear conscience and could die in peace. At the last moment when Lung Lung closed her eyes and waited for her death, a silhouette suddenly appeared beside her. Then, a familiar ice-cold aura materialized and soared into the sky, blocking Xue Jianfeng's 9 Heaven's Sword. Although it was less than half a second, this half a second was enough for him to save Lung Lung from danger. Merciless Ice Force? Xue Jianfeng's eyelids twitched. This familiar ice-cold aura was actually Merciless Ice Force. The identity of this person was obvious. It was Bing Wuqing. It's you. At this moment, Xue Jianfeng was not the only one who was shocked. Even Lung Lung, who had just been saved, was so shocked that she could not speak after seeing the appearance of the person who had come. Why would Bing Wuqing save her for no reason at all? Lin Yi had never told anyone about the fact that Bing Wuqing and the others had been secretly subdued by him. Only 2 people knew about this, one was himself, and the other was Lin Dongfang. Lung Lung did not know the inside story, and was of course as shocked as Xue Jianfeng. Let's go. Bing Wuqing had no intention of explaining the whole story at all, and immediately gestured for Lung Lung to escape first. Although Lung Lung was extremely weak at the moment, with the large amount of elixirs that Lin Yi had given her to heal her injuries, it wouldn't take long for her to recover. As long as she was careful, self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. Thank you. Lung Lung knew that this was not the time to be long-winded. She thanked her and immediately turned to leave. Not only did she have to heal her injuries, but she also had to meet up with Lingshan and the others before they went far. As for why Bing Wuqing saved her, this question could only be explored later. Seeing Lung Lung escape, Xue Jianfeng panicked and wanted to attack again. However, Merciless Ice Force had already enveloped him. His heart skipped a beat, and he did not dare to act rashly. He turned to look at Bing Wuqing with fear. What? You helped them? Xue Jianfeng sized Bing Wuqing up again with an unfriendly expression. Logically speaking, Bing Wuqing should be Lin Yi's enemy, and she had even joined the center together with him. What was the meaning of this fellow saving cooled? I'm happy, Bing Wuqing said indifferently, her face expressionless. This is a mission given to me by my superiors. How dare you obstruct me? Where did you get the guts to do so? Xue Jianfeng snorted coldly. In the past, due to the difference in their abilities, he had to be somewhat respectful when facing Bing Wuqing. However, there was no need for that now. Is that so? That's your mission, and it has nothing to do with me. The order I received was just not to provoke Lin Yi, Bing Wuqing said nonchalantly. You. Xue Jianfeng could not help but choke. He was a little lacking in confidence, because it was a strict order passed down from the center's headquarters not to provoke Lin Yi. He had urged the bespectacled professor to deal with the people around Lin Yi, but he had acted on his own accord. It was fine to play tricks in the dark, but he could not bring it up in the open. Otherwise, he would be disobeying orders. Even the bespectacled professor might not have the guts to do so, let alone him. Then let me ask you, you were clearly only at the later stage of the Golden Elixir realm. How did your abilities suddenly become Golden Elixir realm perfected? You were actually hiding your abilities, Xue Jianfeng said with a frown. Bing Wuqing had blocked his sword falls from the ninth heaven with only the materialized merciless ice force. Even if it was only for half an instant, it was enough to prove that this fellow's abilities were at least at the same level as his. She was already a Golden Elixir realm perfected expert. One had to know that merciless ice force was merely an aura, and was not strictly an offensive or defensive move. Just the thought of Bing Wuqing being able to achieve such a feat with merciless ice force alone was shocking. Even Xue Jianfeng had to admit that although they were at the same realm, if they were to really fight, the other party's chances of winning were obviously higher than his. Same here. Aren't you the same? Bing Wuqing glanced at him, and the corners of her mouth curled into a mocking arc. She said, "Do you think that you can surpass me just because you ditched me and secretly followed Feng to court my favor? You actually know about it." Xue Jianfeng was even more shocked. Previously, the bespectacled doctor had clearly told him that the Central Headquarters Focus Training Program was strictly confidential, and that it would definitely not be revealed to anyone. How did this fellow know about it? Could you really do something like this without anyone knowing? Bing Wuqing glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Could it be that you've also joined the Focus Training Program? Xue Jianfeng became more and more surprised. After thinking about it carefully, before he took the initiative to court Bing Wuqing, the bespectacled doctor had obviously valued Bing Wuqing more, so it was not impossible for him to join the Focus Training Program. Bing Wuqing smiled faintly. She neither admitted nor denied it, and in Xue Jianfeng's eyes, she became more and more unfathomable. Of course, there was no need for him to reveal his relationship with Lin Yi. He could let this fellow be suspicious on his own. As expected, the more Xue Jianfeng thought about it, the more he realized that Bing Wuqing's leap from the Gold Core later stage to the Gold Core consummation was also the last month before he joined the center's focus training program. Although it was not as exaggerated as his, to his knowledge, advancing 2 levels in a short month was something that only the center could do. As for why Bing Wuqing did not advance 6 levels in a row like him, but stopped at the Gold Core consummation, the reason was not difficult to find. Because when he first joined the focus training program, he had been told that the current technology of the center in the secular world could at most quickly elevate them to the Gold Core consummation, and that was already the limit. As for the nascent soul stage, that technology was still in the experimental stage, and it was far from being mature enough to be officially implemented. With Bing Wuqing's interference, it was no longer realistic for Xue Jianfeng to chase after Cooled and the others. Putting aside the question of whether he could find these people again in a short period of time, even if he did find them, it would be useless. Although Bing Wuqing did not speak much, her actions just now had made her attitude clear. If Xue Jianfeng dared to touch Cooled and the others, she would attack him. Facing Bing Wuqing, with the power she had accumulated over the years, and the unfathomable skills she had displayed just now, Xue Jianfeng really did not have much confidence to fight her head-on. There would be no benefits if he won, and if he lost, he would be snubbed. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Why are you protecting Cooled like this? Xue Jianfeng asked in a low voice. I told you just now, I'm happy. Bing Wuqing was still expressionless, and no one could tell what she was thinking. Chapter 5278. Bing Wuqing stopped talking and just stared at him. To ensure that Cooled and the others could escape safely, she had to keep an eye on Xue Jianfeng for at least an hour. Otherwise, with their meager strength, Xue Jianfeng would catch up to them in the blink of an eye. While the two of them were confronting each other, their eyelids suddenly twitched. A powerful and ferocious aura of a spirit beast was rapidly approaching them from afar, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of them. It was a lizard, but not an ordinary one. It was more than 10 meters long from head to tail, and its entire body was covered in silver-gray scales. Its huge mouth was filled with ferocious sharp teeth, and from time to time, a lump of saliva would flow out of it. A pungent stench assailed their nostrils, and the saliva actually corroded a deep pit into the ground when it fell. It was truly frightening, and their scalps tingled. The primordial giant lizard. Xue Jianfeng and Bing Wuqing blurted out almost at the same time. This image was undoubtedly one of the 10 most ferocious and terrifying spirit beasts in the primordial underworld. They didn't expect it to exist in this place. The primordial giant lizard didn't stop, nor did it have the slightest intention to talk nonsense with the two of them. It roared and charged straight at Bing Wuching, who was the closest to it. However, this was not strange. The primordial monitor lizards were famous for being powerful, and they were also famous for being brainless. Other than having an extremely strong sense of territory, this fellow's mind was basically a mass of chaos. It did not have any clear consciousness, and only had the most basic beastly instincts left. At its level, other spirit beasts would have developed spiritual intelligence long ago, and their intelligence wouldn't be much lower than that of humans. Unfortunately, the primordial giant lizard was recognized as one of the most retarded spirit beasts. No matter how powerful it was still a wild beast that only knew how to kill. Bing Wuching frowned slightly at the sight, and quickly retreated. Unexpectedly, although this primordial giant lizard looked very cumbersome, its movements weren't clumsy at all. Instead, it was extremely agile, and its speed was far above that of ordinary human experts. Even Bing Wuching was caught up in the blink of an eye. Bing Wuching was startled by the other party's foul-smelling saliva as it bit at her. She immediately unleashed her ruthless ice force, which she was best at. The speed of the primordial giant lizard instantly decreased. Just like the black praying mantis that Leng Leng and the others had encountered earlier, it was the most irresistible type of ice attack, which was extremely effective. Bing Wuching seized the opportunity to escape. This primordial giant iguana was obviously a being comparable to a golden core perfected expert. If she was bitten by it, she would either die or be severely injured. That mouthful of saliva was especially horrifying, and if she came into contact with even the slightest bit of it, she would immediately be corroded into a large hole. Even if her vitality was strong enough to survive, she would still be plagued with illnesses in the future, and she would never be able to recover in this lifetime. However, before she could widen the distance between them to more than 30 feet, the primordial giant lizard's scarlet tongue suddenly shot out like a sharp arrow, targeting Bing Wuching. Its speed was more than 10 times faster than her body movement technique, and Bing Wuching couldn't escape at all. Just as she was about to suffer, she quickly formed a seal with her hands, and a thick ice wall suddenly appeared behind her. Although the primordial giant lizard's scarlet tongue came at her fiercely and broke through the ice wall almost instantly, the ice wall kept getting thicker as it was broken. Eventually, she managed to block the attack by a hair's breadth. Phew! This lizard. Bing Wuching heaved a sigh of relief with lingering fear. On the other side, Shui Jianfeng couldn't hide the regret on his face. How good would it have been if Bing Wuching had been killed by the primordial giant lizard just now? Not only would they have one less troublemaker, they would also have one less competitor. It was killing two birds with one stone. What a pity. Bing Wuching could guess his intentions even with her toes. Therefore, after she withstood the primordial giant lizard's first wave of attack, she didn't plan to fight it head-on. After all, even if she could win that way, Shui Jianfeng would only benefit from it. Therefore, she chose to retreat. Under such circumstances, it was best to preserve her strength. What the fuck? You're too cunning. Shui Jianfeng was just about to gloat when he saw Bing Wuching fleeing in his direction, with the primordial giant lizard chasing after her relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the girl and the lizard were right in front of him. Shui Jianfeng's reaction was a beat too slow, and he was left behind by Bing Wuching in an instant. The primordial giant lizard, which was right in front of him, bit at him again. Shui Jianfeng hurriedly used his sword to block it, only to find that the lizard didn't just have thick skin and thick flesh, but more importantly, its silver-gray scales were too hard. Not only did his full-force strike fail to break through the scales, but it also caused his right hand to go numb from the impact, and he almost dropped his sword. At the same time, the primordial monitor lizard that had missed its bite used the same trick again, and its scarlet tongue lashed out once more. Even though it was extremely soft and didn't possess any offensive power, it was covered in the most terrifying saliva, and as long as it came into contact with even a little bit of it, one would immediately be done for. At this moment, Shui Jianfeng's body was a little stiff from the recoil. If he hadn't seen this move just now, He would definitely be at a great disadvantage if he was caught off guard. Fortunately, he was prepared. The moment the primordial giant lizard's scarlet tongue lashed out, he immediately descended from the sky and used the 9 heavens swordfall, cutting off the tongue with his sword. A several-foot-long severed tongue bounced around on the ground. The primordial giant lizard, which had suffered a great loss, immediately let out an ear-piercing roar. The veins all over its body twitched violently, and its already ferocious eyes turned bloodshot. It was clearly going berserk. Feeling the violent aura emanating from the primordial giant lizard, Xue Jianfeng's heart skipped a beat. He had poked a hornet's nest. It clearly only had the spiritual intelligence of a wild beast, but it could be ranked as one of the 10 most terrifying spiritual beasts in the ancient martial world. There was no doubt about the primordial giant lizard's strength. It was almost invincible among those of the same level. If its original battle power was 1, then after going berserk, its battle power was at least 5, or even more. Facing such an existence, with Xue Jianfeng's current strength, even if he could win, he would definitely lose his life. Moreover, Bing Wuqing was watching him covetously from the side. Xue Jianfeng had already planned to attack Bing Wuqing earlier, so it was hard to say if Bing Wuqing wasn't planning to do the same now. Once the primordial giant lizard went berserk, Xue Jianfeng turned and ran without hesitation. This time, he no longer cared about hiding. It was clearly a hot day, but with every step he took, he would leave a clear snow print on the ground, which then quickly melted. Every time a snow print melted, the speed of his movement technique would increase by a notch. By the time he crossed 10 snow prints, his movement technique speed had increased by at least 2 times. Chapter 5279. Although Xue Jianfeng was also the leader of the younger generation in the small Jianghu of the immemorial era, a lot of points came from his father, the deputy head of the Snowsword School. If it was just based on Xue Jianfeng's talent alone, he was at most more outstanding. He couldn't be compared to a true genius like Ling Tianyu. Even Leng Leng could leave him far behind. As the leader of the younger generation, Bing Wuqing was an absolute genius. Naturally, she would look down on a weak leader like Xue Jianfeng. However, she did not expect this guy to have some skills. Traceless snow steps was one of the top movement techniques of the Snowsword faction. The number of people in the entire Snowsword faction who could master this movement technique could be counted on one hand. It was not easy. Xue Jianfeng was running towards Bing Wuqing. Now that the primordial giant lizard had gone berserk, its speed could not be measured with common sense. Even if he had traceless snow steps, he might not be able to get rid of it. He might as well do what Bing Wuqing did just now and put the blame on his opponent. When 2 people were being chased by a tiger, they did not necessarily have to outrun the tiger in order to escape. They just had to outrun the other person. This was common sense that everyone knew. Both of them were Golden Core Paragon experts, and they both came from the Snowsword faction. In this aspect, it was obvious that Xue Jianfeng, who had the traceless snow steps as a base, was at an advantage. Unless Bing Wuqing also knew traceless snow steps. Unfortunately, Bing Wuqing had not put much effort into this aspect. After all, even with her talent, it was not easy to master traceless snow steps. Moreover, this movement technique was not very compatible with him. In layman's terms, it did not match his temperament. If she were to forcefully cultivate it, it would only result in half the effort. A rational and realistic person like Bing Wuqing would certainly not do such a thing. However, Bing Wuqing was a little regretful now. If she had known, she would have spent twice the time to practice it. That way, at least she would not have fallen into such an awkward situation. In a short period of time, he had been left behind by traceless snow steps, and the brainless and frenzied primordial giant lizard had automatically shifted its hatred to him, who was closest to it. Hee, I'll go first. You have fun with it. Xue Jianfeng laughed proudly and left. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay and see Bing Wuqing's embarrassed look, but he was well aware of how terrifying Bing Wuqing was. He knew very well that if he were to get carried away and stay, Bing Wuqing would definitely have 100 ways to drag him back into the battle. So, for safety's sake, it was better to leave first. Humph. Can you escape? Bing Wuching had no choice but to bite the bullet and attack the primordial giant lizard. At the same time, she glanced in the direction that Shui Jianfeng had left in, an indescribable look flickering in her eyes. If someone like Lin Yi, who had an extremely sharp divine sense, had been present, he would have noticed that there was a faintly discernible thread of ice on his fingertip that was connected to the direction that Shui Jianfeng had left in. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Yi and the others were rushing towards the direction where Cooled and the others were. However, halfway through the journey, the water lily doppelganger that was responsible for leading the way for Lin Yi suddenly stopped. "Why did you stop?" Lin Yi frowned. He was in a hurry to meet up with Cooled and the others, so he had no time to waste with this fellow. "The group that you're looking for has split up," said the water lily doppelganger. "Did they encounter the spirit beast that you were talking about?" asked Lin Yi hurriedly. "Yes, a woman stayed behind to delay them, and the rest have safely evacuated." The water lily doppelganger nodded, and then added, "However, their trouble isn't the spirit beast that I was talking about just now, but another human expert. His strength doesn't seem to be simple." "A human expert?" Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. Based on the water lily's experience, someone who could make it praise as having strength that was not simple must be a golden core expert. This time, the only golden core experts who had come in were Bing Wuching and Shui Jianfeng. Bing Wuching was on their side, so the one who was making things difficult for Cooled and the others could only be Shui Jianfeng. "Oh, that expert has chased that woman to the primordial giant lizard's territory. There's nothing I can do about that." The water lily doppelganger feigned helplessness and spread its hands. "What do you mean? Why can't you do anything about the primordial giant lizard's territory?" Lin Yi glanced at it. This fellow's original body was trapped in the space of the jade pendant, and it would only take a single thought to take its life. There was no need to be afraid that it would play any tricks. "Do you know how I found out about these things?" the water lily doppelganger asked instead of answering. "Aren't you relying on those flowers and trees?" Lin Yi frowned. "That's right, I rely on my primordial spirit to communicate with them to find out about these things. Basically, as long as there are plants, I can grasp every movement, big or small, but only the primordial giant lizard's territory is not within my control." The water lily doppelganger shook its head. "Why?" Duan Muyu asked on its behalf. "Because wherever the primordial giant lizard passes, there will be saliva left behind. Just a little bit of it can strangle the intelligence of all the plants. Then, even if the plants are alive, it's useless, because without intelligence, there's no way to communicate with them. Naturally, they're out of my control." The water lily doppelganger's expression was quite sincere when it said this, and there was no sign of it lying. "Plants also have intelligence?" Fei Yangsheng came over and asked curiously. "Of course, as long as the plants have a bit of climate, they will have intelligence. As for those elixirs in your eyes, they're even more outstanding. Otherwise, how could they gather so much spiritual qi of heaven and earth to nourish them?" the water lily doppelganger asked in return. "Ah!" Upon hearing the word elixirs, Fei Yangsheng's face immediately turned gloomy. The 2 bags of elixirs that he had painstakingly collected in the underground had already been thrown away when he encountered the Kappa. Now that he had come out of the treasure mountain empty-handed, it really pained him to think about it. The main reason was that Lin Yi was worried about the safety of Cooled and the others, so he didn't bother to accompany him back to the treasure mountain. Moreover, he didn't dare to go back alone, so he could only silently bleed in his heart. "What are you going to do?" Duan Muyu looked at Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi pondered for a moment. He was sure that it was Cooled who was holding Shui Jianfeng back. He thought for a moment and said, "Other than that girl, are the others in any danger?" "Not really. It seems that if there are no accidents, we should be able to reach the river of consciousness smoothly." The water lily doppelganger smiled mysteriously. "If that's the case, then bring me to the primordial giant lizard's territory now." Lin Yi decided immediately. Since Lingshan and the others were not in danger, there was nothing to worry about. The most important thing now was to hurry and save Cooled. Chapter 5280. Is it very strong? Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. He had never heard of an ancient monitor lizard, but since even an existence like the brain-eating bug did not dare to step into its territory, there was no doubt about its strength. It is indeed very strong. The ancient monitor lizard is recognized as one of the 10 most terrifying spirit beasts in the Archaic Alliance. Legend has it that unless it is a nascent soul-old monster, all human cultivators must avoid it. Duanmu Yu confirmed. It's fine if it's just powerful, but in this place, apart from that sir, the brain-eating bug and I are the most powerful. It's at most on par with us. There's another more important reason why no one is willing to provoke it. It's brainless, the water lily doppelganger snickered. No brains. Lin Yi glanced at it. The most terrifying thing about the ancient monitor lizard is its saliva. It is almost the most terrifying and evil saliva in the world. Those with a weak physique will die if they touch it. Even if their physique is strong enough, they can only linger on and become a tuberculosis ghost, never to be a normal person again. Perhaps it is affected by its own saliva. The ancient monitor lizard is completely a brainless lunatic. There is no way to communicate with it. Otherwise, it might be on an equal footing with me and the brain-eating bug, the water lily doppelganger said casually. So strange. All the more reason for me to go and see. Lin Yi made up his mind and then looked at Duanmu Yu and said, since Miss Duanmu is going to the river of divine knowledge, then let's say goodbye. The ancient monitor lizard was so terrifying. Lin Yi had to take the risk for cooled. Otherwise, even he would not be willing to deal with such a thing. Duanmu Yu was just a chance acquaintance, so naturally, she would not take the risk. He took the initiative to say this to give the other party a way out, so as to avoid embarrassment. Unexpectedly, Duanmu Yu said, we can go to the river of divine knowledge anytime. It is rare to have the opportunity to see the glory of the ancient monitor lizard. I want to go with you. Brother Lin, you don't mind, right? Lin Yi took a deep look at her. He knew that Duanmu Yu wanted to take this opportunity to return the favor. After all, he had done her a great favor. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, in that case, let's go together. Lin Yi was just about to have his water lily clone lead the way to the primordial monitor lizard's territory when Fei Yangsheng suddenly put on a sheepish smile. Senior, I'll only be a burden to you if I go with you. Why don't I not go? As you wish. Lin Yi waved his hand. Duanmu Yu might still be able to help, but with Fei Yangyang's meager strength, facing an existence like the primordial giant lizard, he would only be sending himself to his death. Not only would he not be able to help, he would even be a hindrance to Lin Yi. Forcing him to follow them was no different from sending him to his death, so it was better for him to stay. Yes. Thank you for your understanding, Senior. Have a safe journey. Fei Yangyang was overjoyed. He was afraid that Lin Yi would make him follow them as cannon fodder. He didn't expect Lin Yi to be so easygoing. Although it was extremely dangerous for him to move alone in the dense forest with his meager strength, it was better than sending himself to his death in the primordial giant lizard's territory. As long as he was careful and didn't think too much about treasures, he should be able to keep his life. Lin Yi couldn't be bothered to argue with such a small character. He immediately let his water lily clone lead the way and set off with Duanmu Yu to the primordial giant lizard's territory. Meanwhile, Fei Yangyang took the map given by Shinijie and studied it for a long time, then walked in the direction of the river of divine knowledge. Moving alone, Fei Yangyang was careful with every step he took. If there was even the slightest movement, he would immediately find a place to hide. Although this was a little too cautious, the advantage was that he wouldn't die easily. After all, safety came first. 2 hours later, Fei Yangyang suddenly stopped in his tracks. He felt that his surroundings were a little too quiet. He didn't care whether there was any danger or not. He quickly hid behind the trunk of a nearby tree. His intuition was right. In a short while, he sensed a powerful aura approaching from afar. However, it wasn't a spirit beast, but Xue Jianfeng. At this time, Xue Jianfeng had already shaken off Bing Wuqing and the primordial giant lizard. When he passed by this area, he suddenly appeared in front of Fei Yangyang. With Fei Yangyang's meager strength, it was impossible for him to hide from Xue Jianfeng's divine knowledge. Xue. Senior brother Xue. Oh no, Master's uncle Xue. Fei Yangyang was so shocked that he stuttered. Why are you here? Shui Jianfeng looked him up and down. Is it strange that I'm here? Fei Yangyang couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone was heading to the river of divine knowledge, and he was walking in this direction. Wasn't this normal? Of course it's strange. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been eaten by that plant spirit beast. Tell me, how did you escape? Shui Jianfeng's eyes narrowed into slits. You. How did you know? Fei Yangyang was shocked. He had never seen Shui Jianfeng before. Shui Jianfeng coldly snorted and said, Nonsense. The path you chose must have passed through that plant spirit beast's territory. Even I had to expend a tremendous amount of effort to escape. With your insignificant strength, how could you have made it this far alive? Have you fought with the water lily protector before? It was only then that Fei Yangsheng realized that Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfeng had set off earlier than him. Judging from Shui Jianfeng's words, he must have chosen the same path as him and Duan Muyu, and must have experienced some extremely dangerous situations, which was why he had such a question. Water lily protector? Shui Jianfeng frowned and muttered to himself, so that thing's true form is a water lily. How could it be a water lily that can control so many powerful plants to surround me at the same time? So you haven't seen its true form? Fei Yangyang was stunned again. He had thought that Shui Jianfeng had fought directly with the water lily protector like Lin Yi. He didn't expect that he had only fought indirectly with the plants controlled by the water lily protector. He couldn't help but feel a bit of contempt in his heart. From the looks of it, Shui Jianfeng had at most fought with something similar to the twin piranha flower, while Lin Yi had actually taken down the water lily protector's true form. The difference between the two was obvious. Admittedly, Shui Jianfeng was a high and mighty golden core expert. To Fei Yangyang, he was a high and mighty existence that he could only look up to. However, a heaven-defying expert like Lin Yi could simply ignore the level suppression. The fact that he could take down the water lily protector proved everything. Therefore, there was no doubt that Lin Yi was stronger than Shui Jianfeng. Chapter 5281. You've seen it. Then how did you survive? Shui Jianfeng looked at him suspiciously. Of course I've seen it, but I was lucky enough to meet Senior Lin Yi, and he saved me. Fei Yangsheng's tone involuntarily revealed a bit of pride, and even a bit of bragging. After all, apart from Leng Leng and the others, there were not many people who could be saved by Lin Yi, which was also a rare honor. Lin, would he take the initiative to save you? Shui Jianfeng glanced at him with a bit of disbelief in his eyes. He knew that Fei Yangsheng had some relationship with Lin Yi, but in his opinion, it was purely Lin Yi who forced Fei Yangsheng to do hard labor for him. He did not believe that Fei Yangsheng was one of Lin Yi's people, or else he would have punished this guy long ago. Of course. Fei Yangsheng said shamelessly. Although it was true that Lin Yi saved him, it was purely a coincidence. If Lin Yi knew that he was trapped by the Bingdi piranha flower from the beginning, he might not have wasted time for him at all. This was simply Fei Yangsheng's wishful thinking. Shui Jianfeng was dubious. He did not believe Fei Yangsheng's words, but it was a fact that this guy was safe and sound. He said with a faint smile, So you have a good relationship with Lin Yi? About the same. Fei Yangsheng was a little guilty at this time. It was not because he was guilty of making friends with Lin Yi, but because he remembered that Shui Jianfeng and Lin Yi were not on good terms. What if Lin Yi killed him to vent his anger? He would not be able to escape with his little strength. In that case, follow me first. Maybe Lin Yi will come to you in a while. Shui Jianfeng thought for a while and said, Follow you? Fei Yangsheng was shocked. If it was before, he would definitely want to hug Shui Jianfeng's leg in this kind of place. But now, he had automatically attached the label of Lin Yi to make himself look better. Would it be good to follow Shui Jianfeng at this time? You're not willing? Shui Jianfeng squinted at him. It's not that I'm unwilling, but what does it have to do with you whether Senior Lin Yi comes to find me or not? Fei Yangsheng muttered suspiciously. He didn't know what the other party was planning, but he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Tumpiech, cut the crap. Are you leaving or not? Shui Jianfeng glared. Let's go. I'll go with you. Fei Yangsheng was taken aback. He didn't dare to argue with Xue Jianfeng face to face. Moreover, it wasn't like there were no benefits for him to follow Xue Jianfeng. At the very least, he wouldn't fall into the mouths of other spirit beasts, and his safety would be guaranteed. However, in private, Fei Yangsheng couldn't help but complain in his heart. This guy must have some ulterior motives for bringing him along. When Senior Lin Yi came later, he would kill him. So what if he was a gold core expert? Even Leng Leng almost couldn't defeat him last time, let alone Senior Lin Yi. Senior Lin Yi could even subdue the Water Lotus Protector. You, Xue Jianfeng, are nothing. After taking 2 steps, Fei Yangsheng suddenly asked, where are we going? Do you still need to ask? Of course, we're going to the River of Divine Knowledge. Xue Jianfeng said and took the lead to walk forward. With his strength, he naturally didn't need to be as careful as Fei Yangsheng. Unless it was an existence like the ancient giant lizard, ordinary spirit beasts wouldn't even have time to hide from him. If they didn't have eyes, the black praying mantis would be a good example. Fei Yangsheng was a little worried that Xue Jianfeng would bring him to some dangerous place, but when he heard it was the River of Divine Knowledge, he was immediately relieved. The two of them walked toward the River of Divine Knowledge one after the other. They walked peacefully for 4 to 6 hours. Suddenly, Xue Jianfeng, who was walking in front, was stunned. Then, his expression changed drastically. What the hell? Why did they chase us here? Who? Fei Yangsheng asked cautiously. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He thought Xue Jianfeng was talking about Lin Yi and Duan Mu Yu. Hehe, good luck to you. Xue Jianfeng laughed coldly. In a flash, he was about to shake off Fei Yangsheng and leave alone. Snow prints appeared under his feet. He had used the traceless snow steps. Before Fei Yangsheng could figure out what was going on, he heard a loud rumbling sound coming from afar. In a moment, it was right in front of him. When he saw clearly who was causing this huge commotion, he was instantly scared out of his wits. With a pale face, he stammered, "Th. Primordial giant lizard." It wasn't just the primordial giant lizard. Bing Wuqing had also appeared. Compared to before, Bing Wuqing was obviously in a much more difficult situation. The primordial giant lizard had more than 10 wounds, both shallow and deep. It was in an even more violent state than before. It couldn't be helped. The primordial giant lizard was too fast. Bing Wuqing couldn't shake it off even with her merciless ice force. Every time, she could only stall it for a while before escaping on her own. Then, the primordial giant lizard would chase after her relentlessly. Bing Wuqing would try to stall it for a while. This cycle repeated all the way until they were here. Logically speaking, every spiritual beast had their own territory. Apart from a few special reasons, these spiritual beasts rarely left their territories. That was because doing so would be equivalent to openly declaring war against other spiritual beasts. Bing Wuqing thought that she would be fine as long as she escaped from the primordial giant lizard's territory. However, it turned out that she had been overthinking. This primordial giant lizard didn't care about these miscellaneous things at all. It was just stubbornly chasing after her. The other spiritual beasts didn't even dare to stop it when they saw it. They weren't stupid. If they encountered such a brainless and ferocious beast, they wouldn't even have the time to escape. Who would dare to come forward and seek death? Xue Jianfeng escaped first. When Fei Yangsheng saw this, he was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. He fell to the ground on the spot. He clenched his teeth for a long time before he staggered to his feet and retreated. It was fortunate that the primordial giant lizard's attention had been on Bing Wuqing. Otherwise, with his jelly legs, he would have died a dozen times over if he had been caught in the crossfire. It's fortunate that I don't have much of a presence. Otherwise, my life would have been forfeit today. Fei Yangsheng rejoiced as he retreated. However, he didn't have time to rejoice for long. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain on his back, as if he had been cut by a knife. He quickly turned to look, only to find that ice threads had formed out of thin air behind him. They were as dense as a spider's web, thin, transparent, and unusually sharp. Chapter 5282. Fei Yangsheng hurriedly took out a short knife. This was a treasure he had obtained by chance during a trial in his early years. It was indestructible and could cut through iron like mud. However, when his short knife sliced through the ice threads, he did not encounter any resistance at all. What made Fei Yangsheng dumbfounded was that after the short knife sliced through, the ice threads did not break. They were still hanging in the air, undamaged. Fei Yangsheng was dumbfounded for a moment before he suddenly realized that these ice threads were not solid ice threads at all. They were formed by the condensation of divine senses. No wonder his skin and flesh did not break when he touched them, and he did not bleed. Fei Yangsheng was not the only one who was obstructed by the ice threads. Even Xue Jianfeng, who had left first, was forced to retreat. He looked at Bing Wuqing with an ugly expression and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "Nothing, I just intend to finish it off here. Don't you want to join in the fun?" Bing Wuqing said expressionlessly. Without a doubt, these ice threads formed by the divine senses were her handiwork. "Do you think you can trap me with this little trick?" Xue Jianfeng snorted coldly. "Whether you can trap me or not, you've already tried it, haven't you?" Bing Wuqing gave a rare grin as she dodged the primordial giant lizard's attack. Xue Jianfeng's expression immediately turned even uglier. Indeed, as Bing Wuqing had said, he had already tried it just now. If he could get rid of those divine sense ice threads, he wouldn't have come back at all. The key was that these divine sense ice threads had already surrounded the entire place without leaving any blind spots. This place had already become an out-and-out cage. It was obvious that Bing Wuqing did not want to deal with the primordial giant lizard alone. Unless the two of them worked together to finish off this brainless beast, Xue Jianfeng would not be able to leave this place. "Is this your new move?" Xue Jianfeng asked in a low voice. "Of course not," Bing Wuqing replied calmly. Bing Wuqing replied impassively. She had learned this move a long time ago. It was just that she had been limited by her abilities in the past, and the most she had been able to do was to create some scattered strands. She had been unable to weave a densely packed cage of ice silk like she was doing now. "What is it?" Xue Jianfeng asked again. "Merciless ice threads." Bing Wuqing didn't hide anything. This was an ultimate move that was derived from the merciless ice force. All along, she had focused her cultivation on the merciless ice force, and all the moves she had cultivated were based on it. It was the same for the merciless ice threads. Xue Jianfeng did not say another word. Although his abilities were no longer below Bing Wuqing's on the surface, he had progressed too quickly after all, and one of the unavoidable drawbacks was his lack of foundation. He was still unable to master many of the powers at the level of Golden Core perfected, especially when it came to divine sense, which was a huge weakness. Therefore, these merciless ice threads formed from divine sense could be said to be helpless. Although Wuqing had made her abilities quickly, she was still in the early stage of the merciless golden spirit. And Bing Wuqing was also. Bing Wuqing had much better. At this moment, the primordial giant lizard, Bing Wuqing, Xue Jianfeng, and Fei Yangsheng were all trapped in the cage of ice threads. The palm-sized space had become an open-air arena. Either the primordial giant lizard would die, or all three of them would die together. There was no other outcome. Strictly speaking, the cage of ice threads could trap Xue Jianfeng and Fei Yangsheng, but not Bing Wuqing herself. However, it would take some effort for him to pass through the merciless ice threads. Obviously, Xue Jianfeng would not give him the chance to escape. Although the primordial giant lizard was frightening, if Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng could work together sincerely, it would not be too much trouble for them. Unfortunately, the two of them had their own ulterior motives. It was already noble of them not to cause trouble for each other. From the beginning to the end, they had only been doing one thing, and that was to find a way to transfer the primordial giant lizard's hatred to each other. However, what was surprising was that Fei Yangsheng managed to survive in such an environment. It was probably because his abilities were too weak. Even if he tried hard to transfer the primordial giant lizard's hatred to him, it would not last for more than a few seconds. Therefore, Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng subconsciously treated him as if he was invisible, and he managed to escape. After half an hour, the battle had completely entered a white-hot stage. Because of the mutual shirking, Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng were completely at a disadvantage against the primordial giant lizard. Both of them were covered in dirt, while the primordial giant lizard was becoming more and more ferocious. If this continued, the two of them might end up as the primordial giant lizard's food. Brothers, stop fooling around. Can't you deal with this lizard first before you fight amongst yourselves? Otherwise, we're all going to die. Fei Yangsheng shouted anxiously at the side. If Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng were defeated, he would not survive either. Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng looked at each other. They knew that they could not go on like this. It would be a joke if they died here together. Bing Wuqing took the lead and said, "You hold it back, I'll be the main attacker." "All right." Xue Jianfeng agreed immediately. He had a high-level movement technique like traceless snow steps, so it was not difficult for him to hold the primordial giant lizard back for a short period of time. Furthermore, it did not take much effort for him to do so. On the other hand, Bing Wuqing, who was the main attacker, was more physically draining, so he had the upper hand. The two of them worked together, and the results were immediate. Once Xue Jianfeng had completely attracted the primordial giant lizard's attention, Bing Wuqing gathered her strength for a moment and suddenly struck. She used her palm as a blade, and cold air surged from it, quickly condensing into an extremely thin dark blue ice blade. She aimed it at the primordial giant lizard and slashed it down. Merciless slash. The primordial giant lizard's reaction was not slow, and it quickly dodged when it sensed the danger. Unfortunately, its huge body became an absolute burden at this moment. No matter how fast it was, it could not completely evade the attack, and the dark blue ice blade hit its tail squarely. Previously, Xue Jianfeng's full-powered slash had not been able to break through the defense of its silver-gray scales. However, this time, it was Bing Wuqing's merciless slash that severed its entire tail. Blood splattered everywhere, and the lizard howled in pain. "It's done." Fei Yangsheng was overjoyed at the sight, but he was immediately dumbfounded. Not only did the primordial giant lizard not collapse after its tail was severed, it became even more berserk than before, going on a rampage even more thoroughly. "Fuck. It's not dead even after that." Xue Jianfeng was caught off guard, and he was sent flying by a claw. Fortunately, the lizard's saliva did not touch him, or he would have been dead. Chapter 5283. Faced with such a ferocious beast that did not conform to common sense, everyone was at a loss. If Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng had joined forces, they might have had a chance of winning, but the problem was that it was already rare for them to work together. Xue Jianfeng had suffered a great loss this time, and it was impossible for him to restrain the even more violent primordial giant lizard. The situation took a turn for the worse, and everyone was in a precarious situation. If this continued, they would all be wiped out and buried in the primordial giant lizard's bloody mouth. At this moment, three figures appeared in front of everyone. Fei Yangsheng was overjoyed to see them. They were none other than Lin Yi, Duanmu Yu, and the water lily clone who was in charge of leading the way. Because the water lily clone couldn't communicate with the plants that had been contaminated by the primordial monitor lizard's saliva, the only way for them to find the primordial monitor lizard's whereabouts was to use the elimination method to calculate the primordial monitor lizard's territory and then try their luck there. If they had to rely on this stupid method, it would have taken them at least a day to find the primordial giant lizard. Fortunately, Bing Wuqing had lured the primordial giant lizard out, and they had calculated its location based on the plants that they had lost contact with. Lin Yi glanced around and frowned. He had thought that the primordial giant lizard was chasing after Cooled, but there was no Cooled here at all. Instead, he saw Bing Wuqing and the other two. "Senior, save us." Fei Yangsheng hurriedly shouted. Ever since he had subdued the water lily protector, Lin Yi was almost invincible in his eyes. In his opinion, as long as Lin Yi attacked, the primordial giant lizard would not be a problem. Mph, he's just a foundation building great completion, what's the use? Xue Jianfeng was full of disdain. Even he and Bing Wuqing, two gold core great completion cultivators, had been tormented by the primordial giant lizard. What use would Lin Yi be? Lin Yi did not comment. If the primordial giant lizard had only targeted Xue Jianfeng, he would not have given it a second glance. But Bing Wuqing was here. She was his people, And he could not ignore her. You want to save them? Duanmu Yu was a little hesitant. She did not know about the relationship between Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi. She only knew that both Xue Jianfeng and Bing Wuqing had a grudge against Lin Yi. There was no need for him to risk his life to save them. After all, the primordial giant lizard was no joke. It's nothing. It's nothing. As Lin Yi spoke, his figure flashed as he charged forward. Be careful of the ice threads. Bing Wuqing hurriedly reminded him, but before she could finish, Lin Yi had already disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared in the next instant, he was already inside the ice cage, riding on the head of the berserk primordial giant lizard. This scene caused everyone's eyelids to twitch. That was a primordial monitor lizard. Just a little bit of its saliva and it would be finished. Wasn't Lin Yi a little too daring? You're courting death. You're still trying to act tough at a time like this. Xue Jianfeng snorted disdainfully. Even a golden core perfected expert like him would not dare to be so arrogant. It was obvious that Lin Yi was trying to act tough in front of Duanmu Yu. Otherwise, why would he be riding on the head of the primordial giant lizard for no reason? However, Lin Yi ignored him. He grabbed the primordial giant lizard's head with one hand. Everyone thought that he was going to use some powerful martial arts technique, but unexpectedly, his entire hand sank into the head without any resistance. The scene was rather strange. After a while, the furious primordial giant lizard suddenly quietened down. Lin Yi slowly withdrew his hand, and when it was completely withdrawn, everyone realized that there was a ring of something grey on his hand. What is that? Fei Yangshen could not help but ask. Primordial spirit. Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng gasped at the same time. Lin Yi had actually grabbed the primordial giant lizard's primordial spirit out, and the whole process was so easy. It was simply unimaginable. It's done. Lin Yi casually tossed the ball of primordial spirit in his hand into the space in the jade pendant, and then clapped his hands as if nothing had happened. It gave the impression that he had not dealt with a ferocious beast like the primordial giant lizard, but rather that he had casually picked up a piece of trash. That was all. Everyone looked at each other, and the whole place was dead silent. Apart from the sound of gulping, no one could say a word for a long while. Looking at the primordial giant lizard lying motionless on the ground, Xue Jianfeng swallowed hard. He looked at Lin Yi in shock and stammered, How? How did you do it? Lin Yi glanced at him. He said calmly, It's just a brainless spirit beast. Is it that difficult? It's very difficult. Bing Wuqing said seriously. Xue Jianfeng and Duanmu Yu had the same expression. It was true that the primordial giant lizard was an extremely brainless spirit beast. While its individual strength was incomparably strong, its primordial spirit was in stark contrast to its incomparably weak primordial spirit. It was no exaggeration to say that the primordial giant lizard, which was superior to most golden elixir perfected experts, had a primordial spirit that could not even compare to an ordinary person's. It might even be weaker than a 3-year-old child's. Even so, a primordial spirit was not something that could be pulled out easily. Unless the primordial spirit left its body on its own accord, no matter how weak the primordial spirit was, as long as it hid in its body, it would still be impregnable. At least to everyone's knowledge, there had never been such a case. To give a simple example, golden elixir perfected experts like Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng could easily kill a bunch of ordinary people with a flick of their fingers. However, it was impossible for them to pull out an ordinary person's primordial spirit out of thin air. Even if it was a nascent soul-old monster, it would be hard to say. The most difficult part was how to completely cut off the connection between the primordial spirit and the body. This connection was inextricably linked and inseparable. It was just like when a person was on Earth, they would inevitably be firmly bound by gravity at all times. Wanting to completely separate a primordial spirit from its body was equivalent to throwing a person directly into space from the surface of the Earth. Only then could one truly break free from gravity. One had to know that Lin Yi himself was only a primordial spirit. He did not have a booster like a rocket. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to throw a person into space with his bare hands, right? However, the reality was right there. No one knew how Lin Yi had done it, but he had indeed done it. Just thinking about the meaning of this was enough to make one shudder. Chapter 5284. Little did he know that he was overthinking. Lin Yi's technique could only be used on brainless beasts like the ancient giant lizard. It was useless against a golden core expert of his level. Even a foundation establishment expert would not be affected at all, let alone a golden core expert. It could only be used to deal with ordinary people. However, Xue Jianfeng did not know this. He was now like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. He was extremely fearful. Even though he was a golden core perfected expert now, his divine sense had not made any substantial progress. It was almost his weakest link, so he had no choice but to be fearful. Seeing Lin Yi's gaze sweep over, Xue Jianfeng immediately shivered. Afraid that he would have evil thoughts, he quickly forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your help." Although he said so, in his heart, he could not wait to quickly think of a way to kill Lin Yi. Biting the hand that feeds him, this guy was a typical ingrate. "No need, I'm not here for you." Lin Yi pursed his lips. "Then, let's part ways here." Xue Jianfeng was extremely cautious when he said this, afraid that Lin Yi would suddenly attack him. Although there was Bing Wuqing, a friend present, and he did not believe that a foundation establishment perfected expert like Lin Yi could defeat a golden core perfected expert like him, the scene just now was too shocking. This guy could not be calculated with common sense. As expected, Lin Yi had no intention of letting him go just like that. He stretched out his hand to stop him. "Wait. What do you want?" Xue Jianfeng immediately felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. At the same time, he desperately winked at Bing Wuqing, hoping that she would help him deal with Lin Yi. Even though they had their own ulterior motives when dealing with the ancient giant lizard, they were both members of the organization. He believed that Bing Wuqing would not turn against him over such a matter of principle, because that would be equivalent to betraying the organization. Little did he know. Bing Wuqing was not one of his people at all, but one of Lin Yi's people. He was really thinking too much. "Where's Lung Lung?" Lin Yi stared at him with an unfriendly expression. Although he didn't know what would happen after arriving at the primordial monitor lizard's territory, one thing was certain. Before this, there was no doubt that Xue Jianfeng had been chasing after Lung Lung. It would be fine if Lung Lung was safe and sound, but if anything were to happen to her, Lin Yi would never let Xue Jianfeng off today. "She escaped long ago." Xue Jianfeng hurriedly answered. "Really?" Lin Yi was skeptical. He ordered the water lily clone not far away, "Check it out." Xue Jianfeng was stunned when he heard that. Only now did he finally notice the unfamiliar face beside Duan Muyu, and he couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Where did this person come from? He had more or less an impression of all the disciples who participated in the trial, but there was no such person. Moreover, Lin Yi actually asked him to investigate Lung Lung's matter. How was he supposed to investigate? At this moment, Bing Wuqing stepped forward to testify. "Cooled did escape. I saw her leave with my own eyes." "Is that so?" Lin Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't have to think to know that it was Bing Wuqing who saved Lung Lung from Xue Jianfeng's hands. At this moment, the water lily clone also said, "That woman escaped safely and has now met up with the group from before." "That's good." Lin Yi nodded. "Can I leave now?" Xue Jianfeng didn't dare to stay any longer. Without waiting for Lin Yi's reply, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he said to Bing Wuqing in dissatisfaction, "Aren't you going to remove your stupid cage?" Bing Wuqing frowned when she heard that and glanced at Lin Yi. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't object, she then waved her hand to remove the merciless ice threads. Xue Jianfeng used the spectral snow steps without hesitation and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. For him, it seemed that the current Lin Yi was far more frightening than the primordial giant lizard. Lin Yi looked thoughtfully at the direction in which this guy had left. Actually, Xue Jianfeng deserved to die 100 times for daring to attack Lung Lung and the others. It was just that Lin Yi's current strength and realm were too low. It was easier said than done to deal with an expert of Golden Core perfected. Of course. It wasn't impossible to really fight. After all, he also had Bing Wuqing, who was of Golden Core perfected, on his side. The key problem was that Lin Yi's current state was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He couldn't do anything. However, Lin Yi didn't show any of it on his face. He still maintained his calm demeanor. He looked at Bing Wuqing and asked, "What's up with this guy? It seems like there's something he can't let us know." Thinking about it carefully, Xue Jianfeng's behavior just now was actually very unusual. It was true that he was shocked by Lin Yi's shocking means, but he was still an expert of Golden Core perfected. Moreover, Bing Wuqing was with him in name. There was absolutely no need for him to be afraid of Lin Yi, and there was no need for him to put on such a fleeing posture. There must be something going on. That's right. Ever since he entered this primordial trial ground, he has been acting suspiciously. I was also very puzzled, so I have been following him. It's just that until now, I still haven't figured out his intentions. Bing Wuqing nodded. It was also because of this that she could save Lung Lung in time. Otherwise, with the primordial trial ground being so huge, how could there be such a coincidence? He didn't notice you? Lin Yi was a little surprised. Both of them were experts of Golden Core perfected. Even if Bing Wuqing had a deeper foundation, she shouldn't have been able to follow them all the way without being noticed. No matter what, Xue Jianfeng wasn't an ordinary person. His senses shouldn't be so slow, right? I have this. Bing Wuqing raised her hand. An invisible ice thread was wrapped around her fingertip, which was connected to the direction that Xue Jianfeng had left. There was no doubt that the other end of the thread was on Xue Jianfeng. No wonder. Lin Yi suddenly understood. With this merciless ice thread as a guide, Bing Wuqing only had to follow far behind. There was no need for her to get close to the other's sensing range. As long as Xue Jianfeng didn't notice this trick, she would never be able to escape his tracking. Then Bing Wuqing consulted. Do as you wish. Continue to keep an eye on him. I happen to be worried about this guy anyway. Lin Yi waved his hand. Since Xue Jianfeng dared to attack Lung Lung and the others, there would be a second time. With Bing Wuqing keeping an eye on him, it would be good to eliminate this hidden danger. Besides, if Bing Wuqing kept following him, it would be troublesome if she was seen by others. All right. Bing Wuqing responded, but she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze to the other people present. The first to bear the brunt was Fei Yangsheng, who was the closest. Chapter 5285. Fei Yangsheng's expression gave Bing Wuqing a clear message: this guy was not Lin Yi's man. Her relationship with Lin Yi could not be exposed yet, so to be safe, she might as well kill him to silence him. Once she was determined to kill, Bing Wuqing's merciless ice aura broke out of her body. Bing Wuqing had always been a clean and efficient person. As long as Lin Yi did not stop her, Fei Yangsheng would not live to see tomorrow's sun. Thump. Fei Yangsheng was so frightened that he knelt on the spot. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Masters Junior, I have admired Senior Lin since a long time ago. On account of the fact that I used to run errands for Senior Lin, please recommend me to join Senior Lin's team. I will go through fire and water, and sacrifice my life for him. Fei Yangsheng wasn't an idiot. He'd be going to meet the King of Hell if he didn't show his loyalty now. He'd called himself Lin Yi's follower just to make himself look good, and he didn't have any qualms about this at all. In fact, it was exactly what he'd been looking for. Bing Wuqing looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi thought about it and decided that he did not mind having such a little brother. However, he did not trust Fei Yangsheng's character, so he took out a poisonous insect and threw it to him. Eat this. Fei Yangsheng took it without hesitation and swallowed it. Of course, he knew that it was not something good, but he could not hesitate at this moment. Anyway, no matter what poison it was, as long as he did not betray Lin Yi, his life would not be in danger in the short term. Fei Yangsheng passed the test successfully, but Bing Wuqing's eyes fell on Duan Muyu. He did not care whether she was Yi Ling sect's senior sister or not. If she was not one of them, he would kill her. Duan Muyu was startled. She could clearly feel the murderous intent emanating from Bing Wuqing, and with her current strength, she was completely defenseless in front of the other party. She hurriedly assured them, "Don't worry, I won't go out and tell anyone." Bing Wuqing turned to Lin Yi for advice. To him, such a promise was nonsense. The most untrustworthy thing in the world was an empty promise. Whether Duan Muyu could live or not did not depend on what she swore, but on Lin Yi. It's fine. Forget about her. Lin Yi thought for a while and waved his hand. His previous experience had given him a good impression of Duan Muyu. Although she was a woman, she was straightforward, a little like a tomboy. Moreover, from the fact that she had come forward to save Fei Yangsheng, whom she had no friendship with, it could be seen that this woman was very loyal. With her character, she would not spread the news. To be honest, in Lin Yi's opinion, Duan Muyu was much more reliable than Fei Yangsheng. Even Fei Yangsheng, who had taken the Jiyu poison and become his underling, might not be as reliable as Duan Muyu, an outsider. Duan Muyu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Yi with a complicated expression. While he felt that this person was more and more unfathomable, he inexplicably trusted him more. After all, trust was mutual. When someone trusted you, you would naturally have a corresponding sense of trust for that person. Following that, Bing Wuqing's gaze turned towards the water lily clone. However, this time, she didn't have to ask anything. Lin Yi took the initiative and said, "Don't bother about it. That fellow is a spirit beast that I've just subdued." Spirit beast? Bing Wuqing paused for a moment. After a moment, her expression suddenly changed, and she said in shock, "Could it be the mastermind behind those plants?" He had followed Xue Jianfeng all the way here. Xue Jianfeng had suffered at the hands of those plants, so naturally, he was no exception. Even now, he was still a little frightened by the dangers involved. "That's right. Let me introduce you. This is the water lily protector of this place." Lin Yi smiled faintly. Its true form is actually a water lily. How rare. Bing Wuqing's reaction was exactly the same as Xue Jianfeng's. "You and that human expert from just now are quite strong. However, you escaped because I didn't really make a move. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived until now," the water lily protector said with a disdainful expression. This was the truth. Unless Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng could crack the mirage reflection and find its true form like Lin Yi did, and at the same time, they had to have a method like the space in the jade pendant to imprison its true form so that its rippleless ancient well would lose its effect. Otherwise, no matter how many experts in Golden Core Great Attainment came, it would be useless. Bing Wuqing was skeptical about this, but deep down, her respect for Lin Yi grew. After all, other things aside, the water lily protector's strength was undeniable. Lin Yi could even subdue such a spirit beast. There was really no one else with such skills. "Then I'll leave first." Bing Wuqing bade farewell to Lin Yi and was about to leave right away. "Wait a minute, bring Fei Yangsheng along. It's not convenient for him to follow me, and he happens to be from your snowsword sect. No one will suspect anything if he follows you," Lin Yi instructed. "All right." Bing Wuqing nodded, glanced at Fei Yangsheng, and said, "Follow closely. Don't blame me if you get lost." Yes, I'll definitely follow closely," Fei Yangsheng hurriedly said. Since Lin Yi had spoken, he had to follow Bing Wuqing closely, even if it meant risking his life. Otherwise, if he was really left alone, how could he leave this damned place alive, where danger lurked everywhere? Bing Wuqing immediately left with Fei Yangsheng. Now, only Lin Yi, Duan Muyu, and the water lily clone were left. Duan Muyu asked, "What do you plan to do next? Continue to look for Cooled and the others, or go directly to the River of Divine Knowledge?" "Go to the River of Divine Knowledge. Anyway, they're heading towards the River of Divine Knowledge, so it'll be easier to find them there." Lin Yi paused, and then said, "But you have to wait for me to recover first." "Recover what?" Duan Muyu did not understand for a moment. But Lin Yi did not speak, and directly stored the water lily clone into the space in the jade pendant. Then, he laughed bitterly and said, "I'm injured." "Injured? When?" Duan Muyu was shocked. Since coming out of the water lily protector's nest, she had been with Lin Yi the whole time. Apart from easily subduing the primordial giant lizard's primordial spirit, she had not seen him make a move. Just now. As Lin Yi spoke, he had already sat down cross-legged. Then, something appeared in his hand. It was the water droplet that he had obtained from the kappa, which was specially used to heal the primordial spirit. Du and Muyu didn't have a clue what was going on. Lin Yi had looked like he was dealing with the ancient giant lizard with ease, and it had only been one hit from start to finish. The lizard didn't show any signs of resistance at all, so how was it injured? You want to know? Lin Yi relied on the water droplet to heal his primordial spirit as he looked up at her. Chapter 5286. The move I used to restrain the primordial giant lizard's primordial spirit is called the soul hooking hand, Lin Yi said truthfully. Soul hooking hand? Hearing this word, Du and Muyu felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine, and she could not help but say, "Why does it sound like a move of a heretic cultivator?" That's right, this is a move of a heretic cultivator. I was once chased by an extremely powerful heretic cultivator on Heavenstage Island. He wanted to use the soul hooking hand to restrain my primordial spirit and then turn me into a puppet, Lin Yi said with a smile. He was talking about the West Mountain Sect Master. Since it's a move of a heretic cultivator, why do you also know it? Are you also a heretic cultivator? Du and Muyu subconsciously took a step back. Heretic cultivators were not only present on Heavenstage Island, but also in the ancient Jianghu. Moreover, they were also existences that everyone wanted to kill. Do you think I'm a heretic cultivator? Lin Yi was a little speechless. No. Du and Muyu shook her head decisively. She had seen everything that Lin Yi had done. Although his various methods were unfathomable, they were completely different from being a heretic cultivator. If even Lin Yi was a heretic cultivator, then there would be a sea of heretic cultivators in this world. Then that's it. Lin Yi curled his lips. But since you're not a heretic cultivator, how do you know the moves of a heretic cultivator expert? Du and Muyu was puzzled. I have a deep impression of the soul hooking hand. During this period of time, I just happened to be in the primordial spirit state, and coincidentally encountered a bottleneck. Since I had nothing to do anyway, I began to explore all kinds of messy divine sense skills, and more or less gained some results, Lin Yi said. So you learned the soul hooking hand? Du and Muyu was dumbfounded. Although she had already seen Lin Yi's amazing insight when he was dealing with the water lotus protector, in her knowledge, no matter how talented a super genius was, he had to learn any martial arts from the beginning. How could he figure it out by himself after seeing someone use it once? At the very least, it wouldn't be a problem if it was in the small Jianghu of immemorial era. After all, the top experts in the small Jianghu of immemorial era were only nascent soul-old monsters. If they were compared to the schools in the secular world, they would at most be at the level of junior high school, and they would only be at the basic level. Students at this level would naturally need to learn step by step, and no matter how talented they were, they wouldn't be able to come up with any new tricks. But Lin Yi was different. He was a mysterious ascending stage master, and he was able to kill a mountain opening stage master. He was a genius among geniuses. Even if he wasn't a proper university student, he was at least a high school student. Different levels, naturally different horizons. Junior high school geniuses were at most able to learn quickly and well, but high school geniuses had already entered the level of knowing an answer and being able to reverse deduce a whole set of answers on their own. I can't say that I've completely learned it. At most, it's just a beginner's understanding of it. Lin Yi said it very modestly, but it wasn't a lie, because what he had figured out now was at most an incomplete version of the soul hooking hand, and its power was far less powerful and terrifying than the Shishan Old Master. Not only could the target not be higher than the foundation establishment stage, but more importantly, every time he used it, he would suffer an extremely serious spirit backlash. If it weren't for the water droplets that were specially used to heal the spirit, Lin Yi wouldn't dare to use it at all. Even so, Du and Muyu was shocked speechless. What kind of freak was this? You. Why are you willing to tell me this? Du and Muyu asked hesitantly. Not only the current soul hooking hand, but also the space in the jade pendant. These were all Lin Yi's secrets. Logically speaking, unless it was someone closest to him, according to the usual rules of the cultivation world, he would not reveal it to outsiders even if he was beaten to death. Why would he take the initiative to tell him this? Lin Yi thought about it very seriously, then shrugged indifferently and said, "No reason, I just feel that you're a reliable person, so I came to you on a whim." "Do you really trust me that much?" Duan Muyu couldn't help but ask in surprise. Are you not worthy of my trust? Lin Yi asked rhetorically. Duan Muyu choked for a long time, then shook his head speechlessly and said, I really can't see through you. The more powerful a person was, the more shrewd they were. This was human nature, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to be completely different. This guy seemed to be born to break common sense. No matter what he did, he was always so unexpected and subversive. Wouldn't it be troublesome if I was so easily seen through by others? Lin Yi chuckled. As he spoke, the water droplet in his hand had completely evaporated. To be precise, it was absorbed by him. Lin Yi immediately stood up, full of energy. His condition was much better than before he was injured. Not only was his injury completely healed, but he also seemed to have made some progress. However, it was only a slight improvement. He was still far from breaking through the barrier of the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. TSK, this water droplet is really good stuff. If it weren't for the fact that the Kappa tribe was almost exterminated by that bastard guardian lotus, I might have been able to get a few more. What a pity. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Don't you still have a holy water droplet? Duan Muyu glanced at him. Now that the guardian lotus had fallen into Lin Yi's hands, the holy water droplet in its hand naturally fell into Lin Yi's hands. It originally wanted to use the holy water droplet to bargain and regain its freedom. Unfortunately, it was trapped in the space of the jade pendant and didn't have the right to do so. Lin Yi took out the holy water droplet with just a thought. How could it bargain? Yes, but it's still a pity, isn't it? With a wave of his hand, Lin Yi took out the holy water droplet. He held it in his hand and looked it up and down carefully. Although the crack was a pity, the flaw did not obscure the beauty. The purity and holiness it exuded was still intoxicating. One holy water droplet is worth at least dozens or even hundreds of ordinary water droplets. You're really greedy, Duan Muyu commented. She didn't have any ulterior motives for the holy water droplet. After all, her need for it was far less urgent than Lin Yi's. Moreover, it was the spoil of war from subduing the guardian lotus, so it should belong to Lin Yi alone. Everyone in the world is greedy. What's so strange about me being greedy? Lin Yi smiled, then looked at the holy water droplet and muttered thoughtfully, ordinary water droplets can help me improve while healing my injuries. If it's the holy water droplet, will it help me break through the barrier and advance to the gold core stage? You want to advance to the gold core stage? Duan Muyu looked surprised again. Don't you want to? Lin Yi asked. Chapter 5287. I'm a primordial spirit, so my situation is different from yours. I can't explain it clearly in a few words. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head while studying the holy water bead. It was true that the effect of the holy water bead was hundreds of times better than ordinary water beads, but it could not change its nature of healing primordial spirit injuries. The little improvement just now could only be regarded as a side effect. Based on this, even if he used the holy water bead, there was more than an 80% chance that he would not be able to step into the gold core stage. No matter how he studied various primordial spirit methods, stopping at the foundation establishment great perfection was a big problem. Duanmu, you wanted to say something but hesitated. However, when she thought about it, Lin Yi trusted her so sincerely, it did not seem right to hide it. However, this matter was confidential, and this kind of thing could not be disclosed to outsiders. Even fellow disciples had to guard against each other, let alone an outsider like Lin Yi. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Lin Yi looked at her with a little surprise. You. Duanmu, you gritted her teeth. If it was someone else, she would never say it casually, but as Lin Yi said, she was a loyal person. Not only did Lin Yi save her in danger, but he also trusted her so much. It would be unreasonable if she did not return the favor. Finally, she blurted out, "Do you know about the divine knowledge grass?" Divine knowledge grass? Lin Yi was stunned and then shook his head. What is that? A very unique elixir. It is said that it only grows near the river of divine knowledge. It is a top-grade elixir used to refine the divine sense. After taking it, it can refine the divine sense and make it reborn. It can even be used to refine the strongest gold core stage master. Duanmu could not hide the excitement and yearning on her face. The strongest gold core stage? Lin Yi could not help but be a little surprised and could not help but say, is the strongest gold core stage master of the ancient small Jianghu refined acquired? Yes. Duanmu took it for granted. Seeing Lin Yi's strange expression, he asked, is there a problem? There's no problem, but it's different from the Heaven Stage Island. Whether you can become the strongest gold core stage in the Heaven Stage Island is completely determined by the breakthrough process, and the most important thing is to refine the body, not the divine sense. It seems that it's a completely different branch from the small Jianghu in the immemorial era. Lin Yi said thoughtfully. One was to cultivate the fleshly body, while the other was to cultivate the divine sense. Although the two had different Daos, to some extent, they had the same result. They were both experts of the gold core stage. Refine your body? What about divine sense? Duanmu had a strange look on his face. In the beginning, the Heaven Stage Island didn't pay much attention to spiritual sense cultivation. Basically, those below the nascent soul stage wouldn't go and cultivate it. Only when you reach a sufficiently high level will you pay attention to it. Of course, if it's a special mental cultivation method or a coincidence, then it's a different story. Lin Yi explained. Only those above the nascent soul stage can cultivate their divine sense. How can we make it in time? Duanmu was stunned. As far as she knew, the nascent soul-old monster was already the top existence. According to what Lin Yi said, wouldn't it mean that most people didn't need to cultivate their divine sense? No, there are still a lot of realms above the nascent soul stage waiting to be broken through. Moreover, on the Heaven Stage Island, there are many experts above the nascent soul stage. This is normal. Lin Yi didn't think there was anything wrong with this statement. Instead, he was a little surprised by Duanmu's reaction. Is it much earlier in the ancient small world? Duanmu was completely stunned by his words. There were still a lot of realms above the nascent soul stage, and the experts of that level were as many as the hairs on a cow. This almost completely subverted her understanding. After a while, Duanmu came back to her senses and said, it's more than much earlier. In our ancient small world, we have to cultivate our divine sense systematically from the foundation establishment stage. Didn't Lung Lung mention it to you? I really didn't. Lin Yi shook his head. Lung Lung must have thought that he already knew about this, so she didn't mention it at all. However, now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that Master Lung Lung would give her that piece of star ink charcoal. According to the usual understanding of the Heaven Stage Island, Lin Yi thought that this kind of thing would only do harm to an expert in the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. It turned out that he was completely wrong. Once someone reached the foundation establishment stage, they would have to start cultivating their divine sense systematically. As long as the method was mastered, they would not be devoured by the star ink charcoal at all. This also showed that Lung Lung was indeed deeply in love with him. The star ink charcoal was a precious treasure that she needed for her own cultivation. Others could not get it no matter how hard they fought for it. However, when she didn't know if Lin Yi could survive, she did not hesitate to give it to Lin Yi. It was enough to show the depth of her love. Duanmu was speechless for a moment. She returned to the topic at hand and said, the divine sense grass should be the best spiritual medicine in terms of divine sense. Since you're a primordial spirit, it might be able to help you break through the barrier. It's possible. It's very possible. Lin Yi began to get a little excited. This was different from the holy water droplet. The holy water droplet was specifically used for healing, while the divine sense grass itself was used to temper and enhance divine sense. The effects of the two were completely different. While listening to Duanmu's words just now, he suddenly realized that the reason why he was stuck in a bottleneck for a long time without any progress was most likely because he had gone in the wrong direction from the beginning. Out of habit, ever since Lin Yi was projected to the secular world, he had always relied on the experience he had on the Heaven Stage Island to recover and enhance his strength. Moreover, to a certain extent, his primordial spirit was no different from his main body. The various organ structures that should be there were not a single thing wrong with him doing so. At least, the initial stage was still very smooth. However, A primordial spirit was a primordial spirit after all. There was a fundamental difference between it and the main body. Using the main body's set of cultivation methods was still passable in the beginning, but it would not work at all after that. In fact, it was very likely that even the smooth sailing at the beginning was not because of cultivation. It was most likely because there was an adaptation and recovery process after the primordial spirit projection. After this process was over, it would be useless to use the normal method of cultivation. Thinking about it carefully, it was not difficult to understand why he could still improve all the way to the current foundation establishment great perfection. This was because Lin Yi had been using the piece of star ink charcoal that Leng Leng gave him. He could continue to upgrade not because of normal cultivation, but because he had been absorbing the majestic divine sense energy in the star ink charcoal. When the divine sense energy of the star ink charcoal was almost consumed, Lin Yi began to consciously control it. He just happened to encounter a bottleneck that he could not overcome no matter what. This was a strong evidence. Chapter 5288. But for the current Lin Yi, just adjusting his thoughts was useless, because he only had a little bit of star ink charcoal's consciousness left, and there was no place to replenish it. It was like training with one's body, but there was no energy in the world. How was he supposed to train? Fortunately, he learned about the divine knowledge grass from Duanmu Yu in time. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a timely help. Lin Yi looked at her and asked, "Do many people know about the divine knowledge grass?" "It's very rare, because the divine sense grass is a secret that has been passed down from my master. Even the ancient books related to this ancient trial ground don't have any records of it. Besides me, I'm afraid none of the other trial disciples know about it." Duanmu Yu suddenly paused and said thoughtfully, "Now that you know about it, suddenly asking this, is it because you have some kind of crooked idea?" "What crooked idea?" Lin Yi froze for a moment, then reacted and laughed. "Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Duanmu Yu smiled. Of course, she knew that Lin Yi was not such a person, otherwise she would not have taken the initiative to say it. "So, only you and I know about the existence of the divine knowledge grass. Why are you telling me such an important thing?" Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder. In the face of a rare heavenly material like the divine knowledge grass, it was normal for cultivators to fight to the death, and his relationship with Duanmu Yu was far from inseparable. What was this woman thinking? No reason, just a whim. Duanmu Yu's face showed a rare playfulness. Ah! Lin Yi suddenly blushed with shame. He didn't know that this woman had such a playful side in addition to being a tomboy. Women were really fickle creatures. To be precise, it should be considered as returning a plum for a peach. "I think you're a pretty good partner. You're trustworthy and trustworthy. At the very least, you won't have evil thoughts and kill me to seize my treasure," Duanmu Yu explained with a serious expression. This was not just a whim, but a decision made after careful consideration. There were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this ancient trial ground. There was the water lotus protector, the brain-eating insect envoy, and the ancient giant lizard. Each of them was an existence that was almost undefeatable. More importantly, there was a lord that was above them. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. Moreover, the divine knowledge grass was an extremely rare and precious heavenly treasure. Who knew what kind of terrifying spirit beast they would encounter? Even if he used his toes to think about the dangers involved, it would not be easy to collect the divine sense grass, so Duanmu Yu had to find a reliable partner in any case, and Lin Yi was an excellent ready-made candidate. There aren't many people who can kill you. Why not find someone weaker than you to work with? This way, you won't have anything to worry about. Lin Yi smiled. This was the truth. Although Duanmu Yu was only at the foundation establishment great perfection, her Yi Ling sect martial arts techniques were extremely mysterious. If she really wanted to escape, even Xue Jianfeng and Bing Wuqing, who were at the gold core perfection, might not necessarily be able to kill her, let alone others. Then it's better not to find one. Duanmu Yu rolled her eyes at him. Even her own strength was enough to protect herself at most. If she really encountered a terrifying spirit beast, it would be difficult for her to even protect herself. If she found someone weaker than her, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Hihi, that's true. How about this, after we find the divine knowledge grass, we split it in half. Lin Yi suggested. No problem. Duanmu Yu had no objection to this. Although she was the one who provided the information about the divine knowledge grass, she did not know its specific location after all. She didn't even know if it really existed. Moreover, if they really encountered trouble, it would definitely be Lin Yi who would take the lead, so it was not a loss for her to take half. In that case, let's hurry up. Lin Yi immediately took the lead and walked forward, muttering faintly in his heart. Just now, Xue Jianfeng also hurried in this direction. Although it was not strange that everyone's destination was the river of divine knowledge, he always felt that things were not so simple. The two of them were not far from the location of the river of divine knowledge. In addition, Lin Yi could also pull out the water lotus doppelganger to show the way. Compared to others who could only follow the map, they could walk a lot less in vain. After only half a day, Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu arrived at the legendary river of divine knowledge. When they saw the scene in front of them, both of them were shocked and could not say a word for a long time. In their previous expectations, since the river of divine knowledge was located in the deep mountains and dense forests, it would not be very big. At most, it would be an ordinary forest river, but they did not expect that it was not the case at all. The river of divine sense that was reflected in his eyes could only be described with a few words: magnificent and majestic. The surface of the river was shrouded in a faint layer of fog, and the other side could not be seen at a glance. Even Lin Yi's divine knowledge could not detect it. Even if the inexplicable fog interfered with the divine knowledge, it at least proved that the river of divine knowledge was more than several kilometers wide. No one has been here before. Lin Yi carefully looked around the coast and found no traces left by human cultivators. It could be seen that even if someone came to the river of divine knowledge, they would definitely not be in this area, but in another section of the river. But Duanmu Yu paused and said doubtfully, "It is said that the river of divine knowledge can temper the divine knowledge, but I don't feel anything different about this river." In this primordial smelting trial, almost everyone had come for the river of knowledge. However, no one knew what mysteries the river of knowledge possessed or how to temper one's divine sense. Everything could only be figured out on the spot when they arrived. Maybe it's the effect of the river water. Lin Yi thought for a while and immediately dipped his hand in the river water. Not only did he carefully sniff it, but he also directly licked it with his tongue. This was a quite risky move. After all, no one knew what was wrong with the river of divine knowledge. What if the river water was poisonous? However, Lin Yi dared to try it rashly because he was a spirit body and had the holy water pearl in his hand. However, the result of the attempt made him speechless. This water was simply ordinary river water. There was nothing special about it. If he was an ordinary cultivator, it would not be surprising that he could not detect the mystery, but he was Lin Yi, and he was a spirit body that was most sensitive to divine knowledge energy. If this river water really had the effect of tempering the divine knowledge, how could he not feel it at all? Chapter 5289. Lin Yi glanced at her and immediately took out a wooden bowl from the jade pendant space, scooped a bowl full of river water and handed it to her. "Warrior, drink this bowl of spiritual knowledge river water." Duanmu Yu rolled her eyes, took the wooden bowl and took a sip, smacking her lips while frowning. "Except for the slight bitterness, this is just ordinary river water. It can be seen that the key is definitely not in the river." Lin Yi concluded. "Then where is the key?" Duanmu Yu asked. "In the river." Lin Yi was very sure. If this river of spiritual knowledge was just an ordinary river, he would definitely not think so, but this river was not only extremely wide, but it was also shrouded in a layer of inexplicable fog. No matter how he looked at it, it was unusual. If there was nothing strange about it, Lin Yi would feel strange instead. "Do you want to go down and have a look?" Duanmu Yu asked. Although the river could not be seen at a glance, the nearby river water was still very clear, and even the bottom of the river could be seen at a glance. If they just explored near the shore, even if they encountered danger, they could escape in time. There should not be any big problems. It's best not to do this unless it's a last resort. Lin Yi shook his head decisively. Although he couldn't say why, his intuition told him that this river was definitely not simple. If they rashly went down the river, they might encounter a terrible crisis. But besides going down the river, What else can we do? Duanmu, you said helplessly. Let's not worry about the river of spiritual knowledge for now. Let's find the spiritual knowledge grass first. Didn't you say it was near the river of spiritual knowledge? Lin Yi suggested. The matter of the river of spiritual knowledge could be put aside for now. It would not be too late to figure out what to do next. In contrast, the spiritual knowledge grass was more important. If they could find the spiritual knowledge grass, it did not matter much whether the river of spiritual knowledge could temper the spiritual knowledge. Not nearby, but in the river. Duanmu, you said. In the river? Lin Yi was surprised when he heard this and could not help frowning. Is the so-called effect of the river of spiritual knowledge referring to the spiritual knowledge grass? That's possible. Duanmu, you nodded. The matter of the river of spiritual knowledge was only recorded in a very small number of ancient books, but there was no substantial conclusion that could be passed down. The so-called tempering of spiritual knowledge was only a very vague description. Maybe it was referring to the spiritual knowledge grass, but it was not clearly mentioned in the ancient books. So we really have to go down there? Lin Yi couldn't help but have a headache. His intuition was rarely wrong. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to go into the river. That's not necessarily the case. We can wait for the river to ebb, then we can go down the river to find the spiritual knowledge grass, as long as we come up in time before the tide rises. Duanmu said. This was a method passed down by her master. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to find the divine sense grass growing in the river. All right. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Such a wide and boundless river would definitely have high and low tides. Even if it was still risky to wait until the tide was low, it was much less risky than entering the river rashly. This method was feasible. After the two agreed on the plan, they meditated and rested by the river, while conserving their energy and waiting for the tide to ebb. Not long after, the river slowly receded, and the bottom of the river near the shore was revealed to the two. Lin Yi and Duanmu got up at the same time, glanced at each other, and went down the river to look for the divine sense grass. However, although the tide was ebbing, the river was not completely drained, only a small part of the riverbed was exposed. Lin Yi and Duanmu could only hurry up and search this part of the riverbed. When the tide rose, they would have to hurry back to the shore and wait for the next ebb. What the two did not expect was that the bottom of the river of spiritual knowledge was unexpectedly green, with all kinds of water plants everywhere. It was not easy to find the divine sense grass that they had never seen before. Even if Duanmu knew some of its general characteristics, it would not be easy. Let's take our time. There is no limit to the number of times we can search. This time we will first search a section, and next time we will search another section. If there really is a divine sense grass, I believe we will find something. Lin Yi said. Then let's start from the deepest riverbed and wait for the tide to rise before we go to the shore. This way, we will have a little more time. Duanmu suggested. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. The two immediately began to search the riverbed closest to the center of the river. This place was 3 or 4 miles from the shore, but even so, with Lin Yi's divine sense, he could not detect how wide the river was at the moment, let alone the boundary of the other side. This river of spiritual knowledge was really a bit wide. People who did not know might think it was a sea. This mud is a bit deep. Lin Yi frowned when he walked halfway. At this time, the mud had already reached his thigh. According to this, when they reached the farthest end, the mud would at least reach his chest. If it was an ordinary person, it would be extremely difficult to even move a step, let alone find the divine sense grass in this environment. Even if they waited until the tide rose, they would not be able to retreat, and even their lives would be lost in the river. However, this was only for ordinary people. For a master of the foundation establishment stage, it was nothing. At most, there would be some hindrance in their movements. Lin Yi was still a soul body. Although all the parts in his body were still there, his weight was much lighter than his body. As long as he controlled it a little, even if he stood on the mud, he would not sink. Of course, Lin Yi actually had a more convenient method, which was to transform into a soul body. However, he always felt that this place gave him an inexplicable sense of crisis. If something happened to his soul body, he might not even have a chance to react, so he did not dare to do this rashly. On the other hand, Duan Yu was also calm, walking on the mud as if she was walking on flat ground. She looked more elegant and neat than Lin Yi, and she was also silent. Seeing Lin Yi looking at her in surprise, she smiled and explained, "Silent leaf fall is a specialized light body martial technique of our Yiling sect." "Very good." Lin Yi sincerely praised. This was not a compliment. With his insight, he could see the value of silent leaf fall. Using it to deal with the mud was really overkill. This kind of silent light body martial technique could only show its greatest value in actual combat. As the eldest senior sister of Yiling sect, Duan Yu was indeed not simple. Duan Yu smiled slightly, and then began to carefully search for the divine sense grass in the omnipresent pile of water plants. Lin Yi also did not neglect. This place was not suitable to stay for long, and they had to move quickly. The two of them were very efficient, but even so, they still found nothing. When the tide rose, they returned to the shore empty-handed and looked at each other. Chapter 5290. Well, it's getting dark now. Let's conserve our energy and wait for the tide to ebb tomorrow morning before going to the next riverbed to look for it. Lin Yi nodded. Although they had gained nothing today, at least there was no unexpected danger. It could be seen that the idea of going down the river to look for it when the tide ebbs should be right. It was nothing more than whether they could find the divine knowledge grass in the end. This matter not only depended on effort, but also depended on luck. All the two of them could do was do their best. For safety reasons, the two did not stay on the shore for the night. Instead, they found a nearby big tree and made a medium-sized tree hole with their bare hands, so that they could rest in the hole with peace of mind. Lin Yi also deliberately summoned the water lily doppelganger to inquire about the whereabouts of Cooled and the others. After confirming that everyone was not in danger for the time being and that they were all resting in a place not far from the river of divine knowledge, he was relieved. The night was quiet and there was no one around. A man and a woman alone in a tree hole. Most women would feel uncomfortable, but Duan Yu did not have such concerns at all. While resting, she was also carefully looking at Lin Yi. "Why are you looking at me?" Lin Yi could not help but stop in surprise. Are you practicing withered leaf rejuvenation?" Duan Yu asked with a strange expression. Her perception was far more sensitive than ordinary people, and the chi fluctuations on Lin Yi's body just now were too familiar to her. Although she only said a little bit of the essence and did not reveal any cultivation method, it was reasonable to say that there should be no way to practice it, but the problem was that the other party was Lin Yi. Since this guy could even imitate the unique skill of the evil cultivator, the soul hook hand, let alone withered leaf rejuvenation? "Can't I?" Lin Yi looked at her and said. "I don't care. Anyway, even if you really practice it, it's your own exploration." Duan Yu shrugged. Although it was a little irresponsible to turn a blind eye, it was their business how they wanted to explore and research, and she really couldn't control it. "Don't worry. Actually, I'm not really going to cultivate your leaf spirit sect's spring rejuvenation. If I'm not wrong, your leaf spirit sect's techniques complement each other. I'll have to cultivate them from the beginning. It's impossible for me to cultivate spring rejuvenation on my own, right?" Lin Yi speculated. "You can even guess that. You're really a freak." Duan Yu could not help saying in surprise. Just as Lin Yi had said, the essence of all of Leaf Spirit Sect's techniques was a progressive progression, from shallow to deep. It was a very complete system. If one didn't grasp the essence of the basic techniques, no matter how talented they were, they wouldn't be able to cultivate an advanced technique like rejuvenation withered leaves. Of course, if one could even grasp the essence of rejuvenation withered leaves, then grasping the essence of the basic techniques would be a matter of course. They wouldn't need to cultivate it specifically. "You flatter me." Lin Yi chuckled. In fact, he was able to speculate this not just because he had extraordinary insight, but mainly because his real body's level was high enough and his horizons were broad enough. He had seen all kinds of mental cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, so his judgment was naturally accurate. If you're not going to cultivate spring rejuvenation withered leaves, then what are you doing? Duan Yu could not help asking. "I vaguely feel that the essence of spring rejuvenation withered leaves is very useful to me, but I don't know how to use it specifically." I need to explore and study it carefully, Lin Yi said honestly. To put it bluntly, the essence of spring rejuvenation withered leaves was to forcibly awaken hidden vitality. To a certain extent, it was somewhat similar to the super physical skills and ultimate physical skills that he had previously mastered. However, there were also major differences. After all, the latter purely stimulated the physical body, allowing it to have a stronger reaction speed. It was impossible for it to be like spring rejuvenation withered leaves that could restore the vital chi in the body, let alone have the miraculous effect of self-healing. Comparing the two, it was obvious that spring rejuvenation withered leaves was much more exquisite. However, whether it was restoring vital chi or self-healing, these two miraculous effects of spring rejuvenation withered leaves were of little value to Lin Yi. This was because not only did he know them, but he also had no sequelae. If he used spring rejuvenation withered leaves, he would definitely be in a weak state for a long period of time. That would be really fucked up. Lin Yi would not do something so stupid as to give up what was close at hand and seek what was far away. Of course, although it was of little value, Lin Yi still tried to figure it out. He wanted to master the trick and draw inferences. He did not need vital chi or healing, but if similar effects could be transferred to the primordial spirit, then it would be worth it. Don't forget that he was now a primordial spirit body. Duan Muyu silently looked at Lin Yi's various explorations and deductions. The profound mystery revealed from time to time really opened her eyes. This kind of feeling could be said to be unprecedented. Even her master had never made her unable to see through it. One had to know that her master was not an ordinary master of the gold core stage, but a real Yuanying stage-old monster, standing at the top of the entire ancient small underworld. It was a pity that the top of the ancient small underworld was just like that. It was completely incomparable to the Heaven Stage Island. How could a mere Yuanying stage-old monster be compared with a freak like Lin Yi who could even kill the giants of the mountain opening period? The two of them sat silently like this for a long time. Suddenly, Duan Muyu opened her eyes. She felt that Lin Yi's aura had inexplicably soared a lot in a moment, but now that she looked at it, there was nothing strange about Lin Yi's body, and there was no difference from just now. She couldn't help muttering, "Is it my illusion?" Lin Yi did not pay attention to her. It seemed that he was still immersed in his own exploration and deduction and was unaware of the outside world. Duan Muyu even believed that even if she stabbed him at this time, Lin Yi would not have the slightest reaction. Is this guy really insensitive, or is he too confident in me? Duan Muyu couldn't help but shake her head speechlessly. While continuing to meditate and rest, she carefully watched the movements outside. Since Lin Yi did not care about the outside world, this kind of thing could only be borne by her. What Duan Muyu didn't expect was that Lin Yi's sitting time was much longer than she expected. The tide hasn't ebbed yet. Lin Yi finally opened his eyes slowly, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, but then he returned to normal. The tide hasn't ebbed yet. Big brother, it has already ebbed 5 times. Duan Muyu said angrily. What? Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this. He clearly just groped and deduced in his mind. It didn't take much time. Chapter 5291. Moreover, she did not dare to go down the river alone to find the divine sense grass. The key was Lin Yi's current state. Duan Muyu did not feel at ease leaving him alone, so she could only stay and accompany him patiently. In this kind of situation, anyone would be angry. 3 days. Lin Yi suddenly blushed with shame and quickly apologized with a smile. I'm sorry, I accidentally fell into a trance. Forget it, there is no time limit for this matter anyway, I'll just take it as a rest. Duan Muyu waved her hand generously, and then said with a bit of envy in her tone, but you are really amazing, you can casually enter a state of emptiness in this kind of place, your perception must be amazing, it's really enviable. After emptiness was an epiphany, and this state was a rare opportunity for every cultivator. Apart from a very small number of people, most people would only be able to enter a state of emptiness a few times in their lifetime. Even Duan Muyu had only experienced it once. It was during that moment of emptiness and epiphany that she was reborn, and she became the eldest senior sister who was the pillar of the entire Yi Ling sect in one go. In a place where danger lurked everywhere, Lin Yi was able to enter a state of emptiness so effortlessly. What was there to say about that? It's just a coincidence. Lin Yi said modestly, but his whole temperament was obviously much more brilliant than before. It could be seen that he must have gained something, and the harvest should not be small. If even a freak like you is so modest, how can we mortals live? Duanmu Yu curled her lips and looked at the sky outside. According to the experience of the past 2 days, the tide should begin to ebb soon. Okay, then let's hurry up. Lin Yi nodded. Because of that sudden enlightenment, they had already missed 3 days of time. Neither of them wanted to waste any more time and immediately rushed towards the river of consciousness. Duanmu Yu had already scouted the place 2 days ago, and had planned out the riverbed they would explore every day. Lin Yi only needed to follow her. After their first experience, the two of them were much more familiar with the path this time around. They had more or less learned about how to identify the aquatic plants, so their efficiency was clearly much higher. Last time, when the tide rose, the two of them had only explored less than 5 kilometers of the riverbed. Now, there was still more than half the time before the tide rose, but the two of them had already explored 5 kilometers. Their progress was much faster than they had expected. When they found about 15 miles, Lin Yi suddenly stopped. In the dense pile of aquatic plants not far ahead, there was a plant that was completely different from the other aquatic plants. The whole body was dark black and had no leaves. It was just a slender and narrow branch. The surface of the branch was densely covered with thorns. Because it was covered by other aquatic plants and silt, it looked inconspicuous at first glance, but it exuded an inexplicable dangerous light. Something that could make a master like Lin Yi feel danger was definitely not an ordinary plant. Divine knowledge grass. Lin Yi suddenly rejoiced. The various characteristics of this plant were exactly the same as what Duanmu Yu had described before. There was no doubt that this was the divine knowledge grass. Really? Duanmu Yu, who was not far away, heard Lin Yi's voice and quickly rushed over. Following the direction pointed by Lin Yi, she carefully observed the unique plant and then showed a look of ecstasy. Yes. This is the divine knowledge grass. This is the divine knowledge grass. Lin Yi himself wasn't completely sure at first, but since even Duanmu Yu said so, then it was for sure. He said excitedly, "Let's hurry up and dig it out, it looks like the tide's about to rise." Duanmu Yu nodded heavily and quickly went up to carefully clean up the whole divine knowledge grass. She found that its roots were deeply buried under the riverbed silt. No matter how hard she tried, she could not pull it out. She was a master of the foundation establishment great perfection. "You cut off the branches first, I will think of a way to get the roots," Lin Yi said when he saw this. If there was enough time, he could still think of a way. After all, a complete divine knowledge grass was better than a divine knowledge grass with broken roots. It was just that the high tide was imminent. No one knew what would happen after the high tide, so he could only act in a hurry. Okay. Duanmu Yu did not hesitate. She immediately took out a simple knife and was about to cut off the divine knowledge grass. However, at this moment, a strange-looking figure suddenly descended from the sky. An unparalleled airwave instantly sent the two of them flying. At the same time, it was accompanied by a familiar voice. "I finally found you. Lin Yi." Brain-eating insect. Lin Yi was shocked. It wasn't easy for him to find the spirit grass, and he didn't even have time to be happy about it. He didn't think that his old enemy would find it at the last moment. His luck was really too good. Duanmu Yu was also shocked. The brain-eating insect was in existence at the same level as the water lotus protector. With her strength, she was not even qualified to be cannon fodder. How could she encounter this monster at this time? Duanmu Yu looked at the divine knowledge grass under the other party's feet. It was so easy to get, but she had missed it. She was really unwilling. Lin Yi was also extremely regretful. If he knew this would happen, he would not have avoided arousing suspicion. He should have put the divine knowledge grass directly into the jade pendant space when he found it. When the time came, he could have taken it out and split it with Duanmu Yu. That way, he would not have ended up in this situation. At this time, the divine knowledge grass was being stepped on by the brain-eating insect. There was no chance to take it back. "I will find a way to stall it. You go first." Lin Yi said immediately. Now was not the time to worry about the divine knowledge grass. If he missed the divine knowledge grass, he could find it again, but if he lost his life here, then there would be nothing left. But Duanmu Yu hesitated for a moment. Although she was a tough woman, she was not as open-minded as Lin Yi. She felt unwilling to leave like this, but in the face of the power of the brain-eating insect, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and nod. Duanmu Yu immediately retreated to the riverbank, but before she could take 2 steps, a dozen tangible and invisible wind blades had already roared towards her. This was the innate skill of the ancient Gomang clan. Duanmu Yu was shocked. The power of any wind blade here could easily kill a golden core stage master, let alone a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator like her. Even Lin Yi did not dare to take such a strong attack head-on. If she wanted to save her life, she could only rely on herself. At the critical moment, Duanmu Yu's figure suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving only a leaf that slowly fell down. The fall of a leaf signified the arrival of autumn. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Duanmu Yu was also a genius. Otherwise, he could only watch the other party die, and he would really feel guilty. Chapter 5292. At this time, it was completely in combat mode. Its entire body had transformed into an extremely hideous shape. It had the wings of the primordial Gomang, the body of the red-scaled serpent, the steel claws of the 8-armed mountain king, the stinger of the venomous queen bee, and a terrifying head that was armed to the teeth with unknown characteristics of many powerful spirit beasts. It was an out-and-out killing machine. Lin Yi frowned as he looked at this guy. Although the brain-eating bug and the water lotus protector were at the same level, if he could choose, Lin Yi would definitely choose the water lotus protector. Even if he could not directly store it in the space of the jade pendant, Lin Yi would rather choose the water lotus protector. This was because the water lotus protector was skilled, and even if it was a nearly unsolvable and complicated technique like the moon's reflection, with Lin Yi's vision and insight, he would always be able to find flaws and find a way to deal with it. However, the brain-eating bug was different. This guy was clearly an existence that relied on its body to survive. It was not an exaggeration to say that its body was the strongest at the same level. If it was only at the level of foundation establishment great perfection, Lin Yi's methods would be enough to crush it head-on. However, the problem was that it was at least at the level of golden core great perfection. Facing Lin Yi, it had an absolute level of suppression. In this case, it had the most tenacious vitality and the strongest defense. It was simply invulnerable. Last time, Lin Yi used 2 vital energy bombs to deal with it, but in the end, he did not even hurt a single hair on it. This had already explained everything. With Lin Yi's current attack power, he could not even break through the brain-eating bug's defense. How could he fight it? Seeing Lin Yi's uncertain expression, the brain-eating bug suddenly laughed. Although it was a little interested in Duanmu Yu who used falling leaves to predict autumn, it obviously valued Lin Yi more. Its focus had always been on Lin Yi. This time, don't even think of escaping from my palm. I will never make the same mistake twice. Is that so? Are you sure you can catch up to me? Lin Yi revealed a playful look when he heard this. Facing the brain-eating insect, he had no confidence in other aspects, but he had absolute confidence in speed. After all, it was faster than his own body. Even if the brain-eating insect was strong, it couldn't be compared to a profound ascending stage master, right? There's no need for that. As long as I catch that woman just now, you won't escape. The brain-eating worm had learned its lesson this time, so it was obviously much more cunning. If it had held Cooled and the others as hostages previously, Lin Yi would not have dared to escape at all. It was only because of its carelessness that Lin Yi managed to take advantage of the situation. Hehe, it's clearly just an insect. I didn't expect it to be so good at judging people. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Hehe, we don't look at people with our eyes, but with our noses. Every one of you has a different smell. Different people have different smells. Human nature can be faked, but the smell in your bones cannot be faked. The brain-eating bug proudly showed off. Is that so? That's a good lesson. Lin Yi nodded and learned. This time, he was really caught by the brain-eating bug. If he didn't have much contact with Duanmu Yu before this, it wouldn't matter much. He could just turn a blind eye to it. But now, he couldn't ignore it. If Duan Muyu couldn't leave, he would definitely stay and fight to the end. You're welcome. Otherwise, you should be more tactful. Don't worry, it's rare to meet such a unique human master like you. I won't let you disappear for no reason. I will take you as my main body. From now on, you are me, and I am you. We are one. The brain-eating bug said excitedly. You and I are one. Lin Yi listened with a strange face. If it really reached that step, it was uncertain who would swallow who. Even if the brain-eating bug had a powerful brain-eating talent, his Yuanshan was not just a decoration. It was hard to say. How about it? If you take the initiative to cooperate, I can save you a lot of unnecessary pain. The brain-eating bug was still persuading him patiently. It was not that it was bored and wasting its breath, but it was afraid that it would accidentally damage Lin Yi's brain when they fought. This kind of thing often happened. Once the brain was damaged, it couldn't eat the brain anymore. You can't really think that my brain is damaged, right? Lin Yi looked at it like it was an idiot. It wanted him to surrender and let it swallow his brain. Only it could think of such a thing. Not satisfied. Then I will take a step back and leave a little bit of your consciousness for you to share a main body with me. That should be fine, right? The brain-eating bug continued to bargain. It could be seen that it was determined to get Lin Yi's body. If it wasn't afraid of damaging Lin Yi, it would have already slapped him with its claws. It wouldn't be so long-winded. Let me ask you a question. Since your current body is so powerful, at least 1,000 times stronger than mine, why do you still insist on using me as your main body? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. In his opinion, the brain-eating bug was much more domineering than a human. Its entire body was full of killing weapons, and it would definitely have an advantage in a fight. If possible, he didn't even mind exchanging with the brain-eating bug. Of course, the main body had to be a human. He couldn't accept it if the main body turned into an insect. Hehe, there's no harm in telling you. You humans may have weak bodies, but you are the spirit of all living things. No matter how powerful other species are, they are still limited by their racial talent. There is only one possibility. You humans may have a low starting point, but you have countless possibilities. If coupled with my brain-eating talent, you will be an invincible existence. Moreover, a high-level spirit beast will always need a human body to be on the stage. Otherwise, it will be laughed at by other spirit beasts, the brain-eating bug explained patiently. So that's how it is. Lin Yi suddenly understood. No wonder this guy wanted to catch him no matter what. It seemed like this guy's brain-eating talent was heaven-defying, but it also had a limit. There might be an upper limit to the species it could devour. Most spirit beasts only had one racial talent, and it was rare for them to have more than two. In this case, every time it devoured, it would only gain one more skill. However, humans were different. There were tens of thousands of cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. With the brain-eating bug's ability, it could even take all the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques as its own. Moreover, it didn't need to cultivate them from the beginning. Just the thought of it made people shudder. Chapter 5293. Okay, the nonsense that should be said and should not be said has been said, you can also obediently accept your fate. The brain-eating insect suddenly laughed extremely sinisterly. Its eyes flashed red, and an invisible force field suddenly spread out from its body. Wherever it passed, the riverbed silt suddenly sank a lot, as if it was being crushed by something heavy. Lin Yi also felt his body sink. Although it was not to the point where he could not bear it, with this inexplicable force field on his body, the speed and flexibility of his movement technique would be greatly affected. However, the brain-eating insect's target this time was obviously not Lin Yi, but Duan Muyu, who had just used knowledge of autumn to hide. Sure enough, Duan Muyu, who did not reveal any flaws before, suddenly exposed herself. Although she did not directly reveal herself, two suddenly sinking footprints appeared in the silt, just next to the divine knowledge grass. There was no doubt that it was Duan Muyu. Ah! Lin Yi could not help but be a little speechless. This woman was really brave. She knew the horror of the brain-eating insect, but she did not escape. She even dared to use knowledge of autumn to steal the divine knowledge grass. This courage was really unparalleled. Duanmu Yu was about to take a knife to cut the divine knowledge grass at this time. After being caught off guard and revealing a flaw, she did not panic and still maintained the state of knowledge of autumn's concealment. The brain-eating insect suddenly opened its mouth in the direction of the footprints, and an unparalleled strong suction force suddenly poured out. The result was unexpected. In addition to sucking in a mouthful of silt, there was no trace of Duanmu Yu at all. It's really interesting. The brain-eating insect laughed instead of being angry. If it were not for Lin Yi, a better choice, it even wanted to use Duanmu Yu as its main body at this moment. In the face of its sudden force field, Duanmu Yu did not panic and could calmly escape without even leaving a footprint. It must be known that this was a muddy land where one's feet would sink into the mud. The difficulty of this was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Duanmu Yu did not manage to escape its grasp. The brain-eating bug's eyes flashed with red light again, and the invisible force field suddenly became several times stronger. Second layer pressure. Duanmu Yu could no longer maintain her stealth state and immediately revealed herself. Before she could react further, the brain-eating insect had already landed right on top of her head. The venomous stinger pierced down at lightning speed. Duanmu Yu had no time to react at all. At the critical moment, Lin Yi appeared in front of Duanmu Yu at the same time and pushed him away. However, he could not dodge in time and his neck was pierced by the brain-eating insect stinger from behind. It was a shocking scene. Lin Yi. Duanmu Yu's eyes immediately turned red with anxiety. Although her relationship with Lin Yi was far from being on the same side, they were at least trustworthy friends. Moreover, she was a person who valued friendship. Now that she saw Lin Yi dying for her, how could she not be anxious? He, I didn't expect him to be an infatuated person. But this is also good, it saves me a lot of trouble. The brain-eating bug was overjoyed when it saw this. It was most afraid that Lin Yi would escape again. If that happened, it did not know how much effort it would have to put in. It did not have such good patience. Just now, it pretended to deal with Duanmu Yu to restrain Lin Yi. It did not expect Lin Yi to walk into its trap. This was really a pleasant surprise. Its stinger inherited the innate skill of the venomous queen bee. It was one of the world's few poisons, especially when it pierced through a vital point like the neck. Not to mention a mere human, even with its vitality, it would not be able to survive such a fierce attack. As a result, Lin Yi's head, which was clearly hanging down, showed a strange smile. His figure flashed and suddenly jumped on the brain-eating bug's face. He then stuffed one hand into the other's mouth, leaving behind a true chi pill firebomb that was compressed to the limit. Boom! The brain-eating bug's face was still full of shock. It had not even figured out how the other party broke free from its poisonous stinger, and the true chi pill firebomb had already exploded in its mouth. Don't look at how the two true chi pill firebombs last time could not hurt its hair, it only could not break the surface defense of its body. No matter how strong it was, its body should not be indestructible, right? The brain-eating bug was blown up on the spot. It immediately spat out black smoke and flew backward. It swayed for a long time and could not stand firm. Although it was unrealistic to kill it in a second, it must have been seriously injured. Are you okay? Duanmu Yu looked at the intact Lin Yi and was stunned. His neck had obviously been pierced by the other party's stinger, so how could this guy be fine? I am a primordial spirit. What is the use of this kind of physical attack on me? Lin Yi grinned. At that moment, his neck had already been transformed into primordial spirit in advance. The other party's stinger did not even stab a single hair on him. He was just pretending to numb the other party. Ah, that's true. Duanmu Yu could not help but choke. Because Lin Yi's primordial spirit was no different from ordinary people, even if they knew that he was a primordial spirit, everyone would unconsciously ignore this point. The brain-eating bug, who did not know the details, was even more likely to fall for it. While the two of them were talking, the brain-eating bug on the opposite side had already recovered. Its entire mouth was charred black from the explosion, making it look rather comical and pathetic, but the pressure it brought to the two of them did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even stronger. Lin Yi sighed in his heart. The brain-eating bug is a brain-eating bug. Last time, the red-scaled snake was killed on the spot by this attack, but now it is just a little embarrassed. It seems that it is far from the point of injury. It is really troublesome. Hoo. The brain-eating bug did not become angry. Instead, it calmly spat out 3 mouthfuls of black smoke, then it stared at Lin Yi and said, "You can even ignore such a fatal attack. I really did not misjudge you. Hihi, who else can my main body but you? So, you really want to blackmail me?" Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought that after such a trick, the other party would become angry and give him an opportunity to take advantage of. Who would have thought that it would be such a reaction? Of course. The brain-eating bug laughed, and with a flap of its wings, it descended from the sky again. Its target was Lin Yi. "Be careful and hide." Lin Yi took the time to tell Duanmu Yu and immediately went to meet it head-on. Duanmu Yu did not dare to neglect and quickly used silent falling leaves to hide to the side. At the same time, she was still holding a green leaf in her hand, ready to use falling leaves in autumn again at any time. She could not intervene in a battle of this level. It would be good enough if she could save her life and not drag Lin Yi down. Chapter 5294. Relying on its powerful body, the brain-eating insect was not afraid of any of Lin Yi's means. It did not hesitate to attack with its steel claw. Last time, it relied on this steel claw to explode the real chi pill firebomb, and this time was no exception. However, Lin Yi obviously would not be stupid enough to really confront it head-on. With the strength of the opponent's body, not to mention his Yuanshan body that was only at the foundation establishment great perfection, even if he was at the profound ascension stage, he might not be able to gain the slightest advantage. If he really did so, he would only be courting death. Accompanied by a deep dragon roar, a wave of 5 elements killing intent that seemed to have materialized shot out of his hand, meeting the other party's steel claws first. The result was unsurprising. In an instant, the other party grabbed it, leaving not even dregs behind. It was a classic case of striking a rock with an egg. "Hihi, is that all you have?" The brain-eating insect sneered. In its opinion, this method was much weaker than the real chi pill firebomb just now. Although the real chi pill firebomb was simple and crude, its power could not be underestimated. If it was stuffed into its mouth, it could still cause some damage. As for this seemingly exquisite 5 elements murderous aura, it was nothing in front of it. Before it finished speaking, another 5 elements murderous aura had already attacked in front of it. The brain-eating insect suddenly became even more contemptuous. Once again, it lazily extended its steel claw, and at the same time taunted, "This power is not even enough to tickle me. Even if you do it 1,000 times or 10,000 times, it will still be the same, a waste of energy." However, this time, above the 5 elements murderous aura, there was an additional layer of dense 8 trigrams patterns. Compared to the previous 5 elements murderous aura, it was many times more mysterious and profound. It was like a real 5 elements 8 trigrams dragon. Puff! Not only did the brain-eating insect's steel claw fail to tear it apart, but it was bitten by it. The entire steel claw was broken in an instant, and in an instant, blood splashed all over the sky. The brain-eating bug immediately howled in pain. Even though it had been careless, its combat instincts were not just for show. Before its brain could react, its venomous stinger had already stabbed back. However, before it could stab, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams flood dragon had already let out another dragon roar and whipped it away with its tail. It crashed heavily into the mud below, unable to extricate itself. This scene happened too quickly. Not to mention the brain-eating bug that was stunned, even Duanmu Yu was dumbfounded by what he saw. It was clearly the same 5 elements murderous aura, but it couldn't even withstand a single blow just now. How did it become so powerful all of a sudden? What was even more shocking was where did Lin Yi go? Duanmu Yu was confused, but the brain-eating bug was not stupid. It was caught off guard and suffered a big loss. Its brain worked very fast, and it looked at the 5 elements 8 trigrams flood dragon in the sky with great shock. "You're Lin Yi?" The 5 elements 8 trigrams flood dragon did not speak, but it revealed an extremely human-like expression. Clearly, the brain-eating bug had guessed correctly. It was Lin Yi. How is this possible? Duan Muyu completely did not know what to say. She knew that Lin Yi was a primordial spirit, but primordial spirits were primordial spirits. As far as she knew, primordial spirits could only transform into the appearance of their original body. It was impossible to transform into other forms. She could not say that Lin Yi's original body was actually a flood dragon, right? Of course, Lin Yi was not a flood dragon. The reason why he could become what he was now was because of her, Duan Muyu. Originally, with Lin Yi's current low realm of foundation establishment great perfection, it was far from enough to perform a big killing move like the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura. Until this time, when he had an epiphany, although his realm was still the same, his strength was very different because he had comprehended spring rejuvenation. Of course, what he comprehended was not the original version of spring rejuvenation. It was neither to restore vital energy nor heal oneself, but it was related to the primordial spirit. The human body had a self-protection mechanism, and the primordial spirit was the same. In theory, when it suffered a heavy enough injury, the primordial spirit would not directly collapse, but it would enter a self-dormant state like the body. That was to say, 70% of one's strength could be used at most, and the remaining 30% was used as a last resort for self-protection. There was a very strong valve between the two, and normally, even if one wanted to use it, one could not. Yi Ling sect's spring rejuvenation could open the valve of the physical body after the physical body was injured, and then restore to the peak state in a short period of time. However, this state was similar to the final radiance of the setting sun, so there were great sequelae. Now, after 3 days of epiphany, Lin Yi had successfully found the valve that locked the primordial spirit. Once the valve was opened, the strength of the primordial spirit could directly skyrocket by more than 30%, or even more. Lin Yi's strength had already reached the limit of foundation establishment great perfection, and after it skyrocketed by 30%, he immediately became a gold core stage master. Even if it was only temporary, the extra strength was not fake. Of course, with such a huge gap in strength between him and the brain-eating insect, not to mention a temporary gold core, even a real gold core would be useless. At most, the power of the vital energy pill firebomb would be stronger, but it would still have limited effect on the brain-eating insect. Needless to say, the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura was not included. In terms of level, the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura was far above the gold core stage. After all, this was a move that was invincible even in the nascent soul stage. It was just that Lin Yi's realm was too low, and at the same time, he encountered a freak like the brain-eating insect, so he seemed so powerless. However, the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura was different. Its level was much higher than the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura. Against the brain-eating insect, the level of the move was far more crushing than the actual strength of the brain-eating insect against Lin Yi. To put it bluntly, once the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura was released, it was enough to completely reverse the difference in strength between the two. However, even if Lin Yi's strength had reached the temporary gold core stage, it was not enough to perform a profound martial skill like the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura. Therefore, he thought of a way. Relying on the convenience of his primordial spirit, he integrated his entire primordial spirit into it. In this way, not only did he successfully form the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura, but he also created a living 5 elements 8 trigrams dragon. You can actually transform into a dragon? Is this your real body? The brain-eating insect was completely shocked. Looking at the 5 elements 8 trigrams dragon circling back and forth in the sky, it was full of fear. Looking at the entire spirit beast world, the dragon race had always been synonymous with being powerful and invincible. Even the flood dragon was the same. Although the brain-eating insect was gifted, it could not help but feel fear in the face of the dragon race. This was an instinct, a fear that came from the depths of its soul, and it could not be suppressed no matter how hard it tried. Why don't you guess? The 5 elements 8 trigrams dragon suddenly spoke, and it was Lin Yi's voice. Chapter 5295. Hehe, this is a good name. Okay, this will be my flood dragon form. Lin Yi readily accepted the advice and no longer talked nonsense with this guy. He immediately flew down toward the brain-eating insect. It should be known that there was a time limit for him to maintain the 5 elements and 8 trigrams flood dragon form. He did not have to worry about the consumption of true chi, but the consumption of divine sense could not be made up. Therefore, he estimated that the time limit of a stick of incense was the limit. If he could not kill the brain-eating insect within this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, with Lin Yi's extremely pragmatic style, if it were not for the first time being in the 5 elements and 8 trigrams flood dragon form, and he was not too proficient in controlling it, he would not even give the opponent the time to talk nonsense. He would definitely beat it to death without saying a word. He would kill, injure, and cripple it. The rest could be dealt with later. He, you want to play close combat with me? I am the ancestor of close combat. Do you really think I will be afraid of you? The brain-eating insect was so angry that it laughed. It was caught off guard and suffered a big loss, but if it was close combat, there was no better spirit beast in the world. It was now the ultimate killing weapon of various spirit beasts. Even if Lin Yi transformed into a flood dragon, what could he do? Before the voice died away, the snake body of the brain-eating insect surged. It originally only had 2 steel claws, and one was bitten off by Lin Yi. As a result, it forcibly grew 6 steel claws. At first glance, it almost looked like a centipede. Lin Yi ignored it. At this moment, he was in the 5 elements and 8 trigrams flood dragon. Even his own temperament seemed to be affected, and he seemed to be a lot more indifferent than usual. Previously, when he looked at the brain-eating insect, he felt that this guy was shocking and very difficult to deal with, but now that he had transformed into the flood dragon form, he clearly looked down on the brain-eating insect. It was a kind of indescribable contempt. It was like a high-level spirit beast facing a low-level spirit beast. No matter how the other party called out, it would not really take it to heart. The reason was that it was not qualified. Go to hell. The brain-eating bug was instantly infuriated. This kind of gaze that looked at its prey had always been exclusive to it. When had it ever been looked at like this by others? The brain-eating bug frantically waved its steel claws and pounced forward. At least on the surface, its powerful body did indeed give it the upper hand, but unfortunately, reality was extremely cruel. Whether it was its steel claws, tail stinger, or wings, it did not give it the slightest advantage. Instead, in less than a second, it was smashed down by Lin Yi with a sweep of its tail. Once again, it sank deep into the mud, unable to extricate itself. The brain-eating bug refused to give up. It was at a disadvantage before because it was caught off guard, and now it was at a disadvantage because it did not figure out the opponent's strategy. Again. As a result, this time, it suffered even more serious injuries. Not only did it break another steel claw, but even its highly dangerous poisonous stinger was broken. The poison on it had no effect on Lin Yi at all. It was purely a decoration. Crushing. It was a complete one-sided suppression. Duan Muyu was completely speechless as he looked at this crazy scene. The brain-eating bug refused to give up again and again, but in the end, it was tortured by the 5 elements 8 trigrams dragon that Lin Yi had transformed into. In the end, 3.5 of its 8 steel claws were broken, and only the last one was on the verge of collapse. Its poisonous stinger was gone, and one of the wings on its back was broken. Its whole body was covered with scars and bruises. It was a miserable sight. Duan Muyu even began to pity the brain-eating bug. It was clearly a tyrannical and invincible existence, but in the end, it encountered Lin Yi, a heaven-defying existence that could not be measured by common sense. The torturer became the torturer. Did this guy not look at the almanac when he went out? The brain-eating bug indeed did not look at the almanac. In this ancient trial ground, it was originally an existence that was above tens of thousands of people. This kind of feeling of not looking at the almanac when going out would only appear on others, but never on it. Today was really an accident. It was a tragic sight, but the brain-eating bug still refused to give up and struggled to fly up. Its vitality was extremely tenacious. It can fly with one wing. What a talent. Lin Yi could not help but give it a thumbs up, but he did not show the slightest mercy. With a gulp, he obliterated its only remaining steel claw along with its wing. The brain-eating bug once again fell into the quagmire. Previously, it was majestic and domineering, but this time, it had completely turned into a mudfish. A fallen phoenix was inferior to a chicken. Impossible. 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 The brain-eating bug was still struggling frantically in the mud, but both of its wings had been broken, and it could no longer fly. Close combat was the ability it was most proud of. Looking at the entire ancient trial ground, it could be called an invincible existence. After all, even the Lord did not use this method, but it did not expect to fall in the hands of Lin Yi today. Moreover, it was killed in the way that it was best at, in such a brutal melee. Is there a need to be so disappointed after losing to a dragon? Just how confident are you? Lin Yi could not help but be amused. That being said, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams dragon actually had such a powerful melee ability. This was something that even he did not expect. He could not help but sigh. The dragon clan was indeed an invincible existence in the spirit beast world. This racial talent was simply ruthless. Of course, being able to form such a one-sided crushing was not entirely because of the strength of the dragon. Another important reason was that this was not a pure physical body, but a semi-divine body that was formed by the fusion of primordial spirit and spiritual energy. Every claw and every bite seemed to be a simple physical attack, but the main body was the extremely profound killing intent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. In the face of the brain-eating bug's pure melee, it was naturally advantageous, so it was not surprising that it was crushed. My body is invincible. Even the dragon clan cannot be my opponent. Absolutely impossible. The brain-eating bug was still hypnotizing itself. Except for a few spirit beasts with a long lineage, the dragon clan was a mountain in the heart of every spirit beast. Most of them were only willing to bow down to them, but the brain-eating bug did not think so. Even if it could not surpass the dragon clan, it should at least be one of the very few, at least it thought so. However, today, Lin Yi used the bloody facts to shatter its fantasy. Even an illusionary dragon could crush it like this, let alone a real dragon clan. After all, the dragon was only a close relative of the dragon clan and the snake race. It was far from being a real dragon. Chapter 5296. The tide is rising. At this moment, Duan Muyu suddenly shouted from below. It was a pleasant surprise that Lin Yi could crush the brain-eating bug so easily, but she didn't forget about the important matter at hand. The tide had begun to rise, and they hadn't even had time to pick the spiritual grass yet. However, when she shouted, the first to react was not Lin Yi, but the brain-eating insect. Although it had been tortured into a miserable loach and seemed to be on the verge of collapse, the brain-eating insect still could not change its fierce and cunning nature. After hearing Duan Muyu's voice, it quickly drilled out of the mud. It really could not do anything to Lin Yi, who had transformed into a dragon, but it could easily capture Duan Muyu. As long as there was a hostage in its hands, it would not be defeated, and it still had the capital to bargain. Duan Muyu was shocked and quickly used the falling leaves of autumn to hide. However, before she had time to escape, the inexplicable aura that appeared before suddenly descended again, and the pressure was much stronger and more violent than before. Trio. Duan Muyu instantly revealed herself, and at this moment, the brain-eating insect was only one step away from her. Seeing that her body was about to be caught by the other party, it was too late for her to escape. At this moment, a dragon claw with the 8 trigrams pattern fell from the sky. Puff! The brain-eating insect was grabbed by the claw and then slammed into the mud. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. Are you okay? Lin Yi glanced at Duan Muyu. To be precise, the 5 elements 8 trigrams dragon glanced at Duan Muyu. No. I'm fine. Although she knew that the other party was Lin Yi, being stared at by a dragon at such a close distance, Duan Muyu subconsciously felt a little flustered. At the same time, she also felt a little excited. This experience was unprecedented. After all, it was a dragon, a legendary existence. It's good that you're okay. Before Lin Yi's voice fell, although the brain-eating insect's head was grabbed by him, the snake's body madly wrapped around him, and it was hysterical and powerful. After being whipped twice by it, even Lin Yi, who had transformed into a dragon, could not bear it. The 8 trigrams pattern on his body suddenly dimmed a lot and began to show signs of deviation and dissipation. Not good. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the time limit was up, and he couldn't maintain his dragon form any longer. He quickly gathered all his remaining chi into the dragon claw, and with a sudden burst, the hard skull of the brain-eating worm exploded like a watermelon, turning into a pile of thick dirty water in the mud, and the stench of it assaulted his nose. At the same time, the flood dragon form of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams flashed and disappeared. Lin Yi quickly returned to the appearance of a primordial spirit. His face was pale and he was clearly a little weak. "How are you?" Duanmu Yu quickly held him up. Although she did not know the specific situation, she could roughly guess that it was most likely related to the essence of rejuvenating dead leaves that she had revealed to Lin Yi before. The reason why Lin Yi suddenly transformed into a flood dragon was probably because of this essence. Even if it was not the same thing as rejuvenating dead trees, similar methods always had similar side effects. After using it, it was inevitable that he would be weak for a period of time. "I'm fine. With the holy water bead, it won't be a big deal." Lin Yi forced a smile. The side effect of rejuvenating dead leaves was a very long period of weakness. It could be as short as 3 months, or as long as a year and a half. Duanmu Yu was able to recover so quickly. In addition to her own high talent, it was mainly because she did not use the complete version of rejuvenating dead leaves. What Lin Yi was using now was the mutated version of rejuvenating dead leaves. The side effects were not so troublesome, but still should not be underestimated. After all, the consumption was too great. Strictly speaking, because it was almost a one-sided crushing of the brain-eating worm just now, Lin Yi was not really injured. It was just pure consumption. However, the problem was that this consumption was not ordinary consumption, but the consumption after opening the last self-protection valve of the primordial spirit. This was serious. When Lin Yi's primordial spirit was overdrawn to this extent, it was not much better than being injured. Fortunately, the holy water bead could come in handy. Although this thing could not replenish his divine sense energy, it could at least stabilize his primordial spirit. Otherwise, at this moment, Lin Yi would not be able to retain his consciousness at all, and would have long laid down and entered a state of self-hibernation. While relying on the holy water bead to stabilize his primordial spirit, he absorbed the last remaining divine sense energy of the star ink charcoal. Lin Yi knew that he had to restore his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, a disaster would befall him if any accidents happened. Duanmu Yu saw this and did not say anything else. She turned around and said to Lin Yi, "Get up. You're carrying me." Lin Yi grinned and added subconsciously, "I'm a man." "Nonsense, I know you're a man. It's urgent, so what's wrong with carrying you? You've carried me before, so we're even," Duanmu Yu urged. She did not take the barrier between men and women as seriously as ordinary girls. Otherwise, when she was carried by Lin Yi in her underwear, she would have been too ashamed to face anyone. How could she act with Lin Yi so openly now? Okay. Since even Duanmu Yu did not mind, Lin Yi naturally did not care. Moreover, the tide had already risen, and he did not have the energy to move by himself for a while. This was the only choice he had. Lin Yi immediately climbed onto Duanmu Yu's back. Although she was a tough woman, he could still smell a refreshing fragrance from her neck. Perhaps it was because she had been in contact with Yi all year round in Yi Ling sect, but this fragrance was very different from that of ordinary women. Rather than saying it was a body fragrance, it was better to say that it was a kind of a garwood fragrance, which actually made him feel refreshed and refreshed. "Behave yourself, don't breathe into my neck." Duanmu Yu frowned and spat. "I didn't do it on purpose." Lin Yi smiled bitterly. He had overexerted himself, so it was natural for him to pant. How could he deliberately hold his breath at this time? "Then don't breathe into my neck. Also, why are you so light?" Duanmu Yu muttered. She thought that a big man like Lin Yi would at least weigh more than 140 kilograms. She did not expect him to be so light on her back. If Lin Yi had not wrapped his arms around her neck, she was afraid that a gust of wind would blow Lin Yi away. "I'm a spirit body, so of course I'm much lighter than you." Lin Yi smiled bitterly again. Normally, he would not be so light, but now he had consumed too much energy. It was already very difficult for him to maintain the appearance of his spirit body. How could he care about whether it was solid or not? Chapter 5297. However, before she leaned over to cut it, Lin Yi on her back suddenly said, "Be careful." "What?" Duanmu Yu was shocked, and then she saw a huge loach sweeping out from the mud pile. It was the brain-eating bug whose head was just crushed by Lin Yi. This guy was still alive. A centipede dies but does not fall down, not to mention the brain-eating bug's heaven-defying vitality. Lin Yi even suspected that it had swallowed the brain of some earthworm-type spirit beast. Even if the head was gone, the remaining body could still survive and become a new independent individual. I underestimated the enemy. Lin Yi could not help but sigh. If he had dealt with the body just now, there would not be so many problems. Unfortunately, the 5 elements and 8 trigrams dragon form had reached its limit. If he had forcibly maintained it, he might have killed himself. He could only cancel it in advance, but he did not expect it to still leave a hidden danger. Unfortunately, it was too late to react now. Lin Yi's current state could not be said to be completely weak, but for a short period of time, he really did not have any strength to speak of. The only way to save his life was to transform into a spirit and leave it to fate. However, that was the last resort. Although the spirit form would not be harmed most of the time, once it encountered a method similar to alchemic fire that restrained the spirit, it would immediately be doomed. Lin Yi would not dare to do this even if he was in his peak state, let alone now that he was so weak that he could not withstand a single blow. Maybe he would not even need to be specifically targeted. A strong wind would directly destroy his spirit. After all, the brain-eating bug was a brain-eating bug. Although it had been abused beyond recognition, this near-death sneak attack was still very powerful. Even if it was not even half of its peak state, it was enough to deal with the average gold core stage master. At this moment, Lin Yi even vaguely heard the excited cry of the brain-eating bug. As long as its sneak attack was successful, it could counterattack and then activate its brain-eating talent. Unfortunately, it forgot one thing. Although Duanmu Yu was just an inconspicuous foundation establishment stage master, this woman's means were not as weak as her strength level. Boom! An iron leaf blocked the brain-eating insect's sneak attack at the last moment. The strength of the iron leaf was so strong that it actually forced the insect back. One leaf like a mountain. However, the opponent's attack was too strong, and Duanmu Yu was also sent flying. Even so, she did not forget to take care of Lin Yi behind her. She forcibly flipped her body over before she fell into the pile of mud. Lin Yi was on top of her, and she was on the bottom. She fell face first into the mud, and her face was covered in mud. Why bother? Lin Yi was slightly touched. In fact, there was no need for Duanmu Yu to do this. He could jump away before he landed, but that would more or less damage his essence soul. Pu. Duanmu Yu spat out a mouthful of mud, which was poured into her nose. She spat it out without caring about her image and said casually, "It's okay. It's just a mouthful of mud. It's not a big deal." "You really are a tough woman," Lin Yi said sincerely. "Manly woman? What do you mean?" Duanmu Yu frowned. "Miss is really a strong woman." Lin Yi changed the way he put it. Duanmu Yu laughed when she heard this and did not take it to heart. Instead, she frowned and guarded against the brain-eating bug, which was dead but not dead. The mountain-like leaf just now was her strongest performance, but she did not expect that she still could not defeat a brain-eating bug that was on the verge of death. The gap between them was really shocking. Not only that, the most troublesome thing was that the brain-eating insect had completely turned into a loach at this moment. It quietly drilled into the thick mud, and even divine sense could not detect it. Silt could restrain the perception of divine sense to a great extent. Lin Yi had already experienced this when he was on Sky State Island. Back then, he relied on this to avoid being locked on by Shishan Old Master's divine sense. Even if the two types of silt could not be compared, the effect was similar. Moreover, Duanmu Yu's level of divine sense wasn't that strong. It was normal for him to not be able to find the brain-eating bug. If Lin Yi was not so weak now, with his powerful divine sense, he might be able to lock on to the brain-eating insect. Unfortunately, this was a completely false proposition. He could only stabilize his essence soul by relying on the holy water pearl. Forcibly releasing his divine sense to search for the brain-eating insect was tantamount to self-harm or even courting death. Let's go. Lin Yi sighed. At this time, the river was filling up bit by bit, and it was almost above his calves. The ominous feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. His intuition told him that if he did not quickly return to the shore, he was afraid that something big would really happen. But Duanmu Yu also knew that things were not good. Now, she did not know where the brain-eating insect was hiding, but one thing was certain. If she continued to collect the divine sense grass, the other party would definitely attack again. She had just used 2 falling leaves in the autumn and 1 mountain-like leaf in succession, which consumed a lot of her chi. She might not be able to withstand another attack. Withdrawing and retreating was the wisest thing to do. However, the divine sense grass was right in front of her. Giving it up would be a waste of God's gift, and it might become a lifelong regret. Where there's life, there's hope. This divine sense grass is growing here, and it won't run away. When I recover, I'll come back again. I just need to wait for 1 more day. Lin Yi comforted her. These words were a bit self-deceiving. The divine sense grass did grow here, and of course, it could not run away, but was the brain-eating insect not interested in it? Maybe after they left, it would directly swallow it in 1 bite? Okay. Duanmu Yu finally defeated her impulse with reason. After making up her mind, she carried Lin Yi on her back and retreated to the shore without hesitation. The 2 of them thought that the brain-eating worm would jump out to stop them, but there was no movement from the mud pile. They did not know if it had escaped or was still hiding in the mud and watching. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure on the distant shore quickly approached the 2 of them. After seeing the other party's appearance, Duanmu Yu and Lin Yi's hearts thumped at the same time. The person who came was Xue Jianfeng. No one thought that they would actually meet this guy at this time and place. Oh, hey, the 2 of you got together so quickly. Aren't you afraid of offending public decency in broad daylight? The 2 of you are really open, really romantic. Xue Jianfeng looked at Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu with a mocking look. You better watch your mouth. Duanmu Yu suddenly glared. Although she was a tough woman, it did not mean that she did not value a woman's reputation. If she allowed Xue Jianfeng to talk nonsense, she and Lin Yi would not be able to clear their names even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Chapter 5298. What do you know? Duanmu Yu was completely furious. If it were not for the other party's gold core stage strength and the fact that she was carrying a weak Lin Yi on her back, she would have already slapped him. Okay, then I'll take it that I don't understand. But I really don't understand. Are you, a tomboy, too hungry and thirsty? You actually squeezed the martial granduncle of the Green Cloud sect of the North Island into this state. Are you going to die of ejaculation? That's great. As the saying goes, dying under a peony flower is also romantic. Although you, a tomboy, are not a peony flower, you still have some beauty. It's a blessing to die on a woman's belly. I can't be envious. Xue Jianfeng made sarcastic remarks unscrupulously, completely forgetting that his life was just saved by Lin Yi a few days ago. His despicable nature was completely revealed. You. Duanmu Yu was furious, but she was interrupted by Lin Yi. He glanced at Xue Jianfeng and said faintly, "What are you doing here?" Hihi, needless to say, of course, it's for the divine knowledge grass. Xue Jianfeng laughed loudly, his eyes staring straight at the divine knowledge grass that had been submerged by a little river not far away. You know about the divine knowledge grass? Duanmu Yu was surprised. Of course I know, otherwise why do you think I took the trouble to come here? If I can't find the divine knowledge grass, this once-in-a-lifetime ancient trial is just a fart. Xue Jianfeng said proudly. Although there were very few people in the small ancient world who knew about the divine knowledge grass, his father was after all the deputy sect leader of the Snowsword sect. He was also one of the big shots in the public, so it was not surprising that he knew some secrets. So you have been hiding on the shore and watching since just now? Lin Yi suddenly said in a deep voice. Yes, all of you are so fierce, how would I dare to come up rashly? Xue Jianfeng laughed. In fact, he did not know that Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu were here at first, nor did he know that the 2 of them had found the spiritual consciousness grass. He was purely attracted by the brain-eating insect passing by in the sky. After that, he saw the confrontation between Lin Yi and the brain-eating insect from beginning to end and did not miss a single detail. To be honest, Xue Jianfeng was really shocked by the fierce strength of the two just now. He could not help but rejoice that he did not show himself rashly. Otherwise, even if he was an expert in the great perfection of the gold core realm, whether it was the brain-eating bug or the dragon Lin Yi, he would only be one-sidedly trampled. That would be terrible. Fortunately, he was wise enough to choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Moreover, God was also taking care of him in the dark. He actually created a result where both sides were defeated, allowing him to reap the benefit. Now, the brain-eating insect had been beaten half to death, and Lin Yi also looked like he was about to die. As for the remaining Duanmu Yu, Xue Jianfeng did not put him in his eyes at all. He was an expert in the great perfection of the gold core realm. It was fine if he was afraid of a freak like Lin Yi, but could it be that he could not even deal with a trivial Duanmu Yu? So, the spiritual consciousness grass is now in your pocket. Lin Yi's tone at the moment did not have the slightest emotion, and there was no hint of sadness or regret. It was completely an objective statement of fact. Duanmu Yu was very unwilling, but what Lin Yi said was right. This time, Xue Jianfeng picked up a big bargain, and the spiritual consciousness grass would really be missed by him. At this point, he had no choice but to bow his head. You let me win, you let me win. Xue Jianfeng cupped his hands insincerely. Seeing that the two of them were sensible enough not to stop him, he laughed proudly and walked towards the spiritual consciousness grass. With this thing, he could become the strongest golden core realm master. At that time, even existences like Lin Yi and the brain-eating insect could only tremble in fear under his feet. Just thinking about that scene was very beautiful. Unexpectedly, just as he leaned over to pick the spiritual consciousness grass, the brain-eating insect, which was no different from a loach, actually came out of the mud again, wrapped in the mud, menacingly. Oh! Is this guy the guardian spirit beast of the spiritual consciousness grass? Xue Jianfeng could not help but feel a little surprised. Normally, a spirit beast that was injured to this extent would have already escaped without a trace. Even if it stayed, it would at most ambush strong crossbow archers like Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu. He was a dignified golden core realm master. Where did it get such courage? Although he was surprised, Xue Jianfeng's reaction was not slow at all. From the beginning to the end, he did not take it lightly at all. He had already noticed the brain-eating insect's action the first time, and before the other party could hit him, he had already struck first. Sword falls ninth heaven. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere, and the brain-eating insect, which was already a mess, was seriously injured again. With its super-strong body, if it was at its peak, Sword Fall's ninth heaven might not be able to break its defense. Unfortunately, at this moment, its degree of weakness was not much better than Lin Yi's. Immediately, half of its body was cut off by Xue Jianfeng, and it fell into the mud without any movement. He, it's so weak and it still dares to come out to die. A beast will always be a beast, brainless. Xue Jianfeng was very satisfied with his results. He turned his head and saw that Duanmu Yu was about to return to the shore with Lin Yi on his back. He suddenly felt a little regretful that no one appreciated such an awe-inspiring scene. Looking at the spiritual consciousness grass that was submerged in the water was already over his waist. If he did not pick it now, it would be troublesome. Xue Jianfeng hurriedly went up to cut it off from the root, and then picked up the spiritual consciousness grass. However, in the process of bending down to pick up the spiritual consciousness grass, his whole body was inevitably immersed in the water. This time, it was not good. Xue Jianfeng's expression changed greatly, and with a strange cry, he rushed out of the water with all his strength. He did not hesitate to use traceless snow steps, desperately escaping to the shore. Traceless snow steps was not only a movement martial skill that doubled the speed, but it also had a miraculous effect on this kind of water surface. Every step was supported by ice and snow, so he would not sink into the water, and his speed was very fast. What's the situation? Duanmu Yu was shocked. Before she could react to what was going on, Xue Jianfeng, who was far behind her and Lin Yi, had already rushed to the front. Run! Lin Yi hurriedly urged. At this time, the most shocking thing was not Shui Jianfeng's strange reaction, but the state of the entire spiritual consciousness river. For the past 2 days, the speed of the rising tide was similar to the speed of the ebbing tide, and there was nothing particularly abnormal. But now, the rising tide was like the yellow river bursting its banks, and it could not be stopped, forcibly rolling up a huge wave. Once they were swept up by the huge wave, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation was critical, so Duanmu Yu immediately increased her speed to the limit. The monstrous wave was extremely fast, but fortunately, the two were not far from the shore. As long as they could escape to the shore in time, they should be able to escape this disaster. Chapter 53:37. You want me to prove it myself? Lin Yi smiled at the word. It sounded reasonable. If he couldn't prove his identity with solid evidence, then the other party would be right in front of him. It's totally unwarranted. Isn't the parallel art of green cloud evidence? Grandmaster, aren't the mental cultivation methods and martial arts skills you just gave them evidence? Those are the ironclad evidence. What's the point of flipping through a few old registers? Everyone knows that the disciple register and the sect records are incomplete. How can that be considered evidence? Xin Yijie said angrily. Killing the donkey after it's no use. Nothing is incomprehensible. Lin Yi's face was nonchalant. He'd expected this day to come, and he didn't feel any anger towards it. His mentality was basically the same as being bitten by an ant. If he was really unhappy, he'd just reach out and crush it to death. Why would he get angry over it? Of course, there was not such a big gap in strength. However, in terms of body level, people like Chen Dongcheng were really just an ant in his eyes. Grandmaster, he's not joking. He's coming with people soon. You'd better think of a way. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Xin Yijie became anxious. I'll wait for him to come. I'm trapped here and can't get out. What's the point of thinking? Lin Yi was very optimistic. Xin Yijie was speechless. He felt that he had bet on the wrong person. Although the situation was indeed difficult to deal with, he should at least think of a way to deal with it. What's the point of throwing caution to the wind? Xin Yijie stamped his feet anxiously. However, Lin Yi was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Xin Yijie had no choice but to leave in a hurry. Calculating the time, Chen Dongcheng would be coming with people soon. If they saw him snitching on Lin Yi, the first one to die would not be Lin Yi, but Xin Yijie. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the back cliff in a grandiose manner. The person in the lead was naturally Chen Dongcheng. Behind him, in addition to a group of gold core stage elders, there was also a group of black-clothed disciples in special clothing. They were the experts of the law enforcement hall. Lin Yi, the investigation team has confirmed that you are not the Archean martial uncle of the Green Cloud sect of the North Island. Tell me, what is your ulterior motive for sneaking into the Green Cloud sect of the North Island by pretending to be the martial uncle? Chen Dongcheng said aggressively. He couldn't help but look at Lingshan and Ziyu a couple more times as he said that. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at him calmly and said faintly, since you said it can't be told, then what else can I say? So, you admit that you pretended to be martial granduncle? Chen Dongcheng sneered. Haha, why would I admit it? Isn't this all up to you, Vice Head Chen? You're the one who initiated the investigation, and the people involved are all your people. From start to finish, it's all up to you. So, as long as you're happy. Lin Yi said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Chen Dongcheng paused. Lin Yi's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Even Lingshan and the others beside Lin Yi didn't seem worried at all, just watching the show. Watching the show? Did these people think this was a joke? As a Jianghu scammer, it's rare to be able to stay calm after being exposed. Even if it's just on the surface. Chen Dongcheng smiled confidently and didn't waste any more time. He ordered, enforcers, listen up. Take down this Jianghu scammer who pretends to be our martial granduncle. If he resists, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of law enforcers immediately surrounded Lin Yi's group. The Golden Core stage elders who came with Chen Dongcheng also each guarded a position. Because of the one-step to heaven matrix, they did not have to worry about Lin Yi escaping. However, In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, they would also join forces if necessary. A battle was about to break out. Shin Ijie, who was following behind, had his heart in his throat. There was nothing he could do in this situation. Not to mention helping Lin Yi, he didn't even dare to stand up and say a word. All he could do was to watch the scene unfold before his eyes. "Are you sure you want to arrest me?" Lin Yi didn't even look at the crowd. He just stared at Chen Dongcheng calmly. Of course. Chen Dongcheng looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. This time, not only were the masters of the law enforcement hall here, but also more than half of the Gold Core masters were gathered. Unless Lin Yi was a nascent soul-old monster, he wouldn't be able to survive. Okay, then let's start cleaning up the sect. Lin Yi nodded. Oh, so you've accepted your fate. Chen Dongcheng was a little surprised. He thought that Lin Yi would put up a last-ditch struggle, but he didn't expect him to accept his fate so easily. Accept my fate. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. He said meaningfully, "It's not appropriate to use this word on me, because the person who needs to be cleaned up is not me." With that, an invisible giant hand suddenly appeared on top of Chen Dongcheng's head. Without giving him any chance to react, his whole spirit was instantly grabbed and then locked into the space of the jade pendant. The whole process took less than half a second. The crowd didn't even realize what happened. They saw Chen Dongcheng suddenly collapse to the ground, motionless, as if his soul had been taken away. Leader Chen, Leader Chen. A few elders in the Gold Core stage who were close to him quickly surrounded him. However, no matter how they shouted, it was futile. Chen Dongcheng had lost his spirit, and his body had become a vegetable. This time, everyone was scared silly, including the elders in the Gold Core stage. All of them hurriedly stepped back. Each of them looked at Lin Yi in horror. They didn't know what method Lin Yi used just now, but one thing was certain. Chen Dongcheng's appearance was definitely the work of Lin Yi. Originally, in their minds, Lin Yi, the Granduncle Master, didn't have much weight. After all, on the surface, he was just a master in the great perfection of the Foundation establishment stage. Who would have thought that such a master in the great perfection of the Foundation establishment stage could actually easily defeat Chen Dongcheng? Although the strength of Chen Dongcheng, the deputy head, was far from outstanding, he was still a master in the middle stage of the Gold Elixir realm. Looking at the inner sect, there were only a handful of people who could really beat him. Apart from the Taishong elder Chen Ju, even the strongest master in the Gold Elixir realm, Hong Zijuan, head Hong, could not possibly defeat Chen Dongcheng so easily. Lin Yi's move simply subverted everyone's understanding. Does anyone else want to try? Lin Yi smiled and slowly glanced at the crowd. Everyone who was swept by him was desperately retreating, for fear that they would accidentally follow in Chen Dongcheng's footsteps. Chapter 53-38. Many of them were under Chen Dongcheng's command. No matter how strong Lin Yi was, they would fight with Lin Yi without hesitation if Chen Dongcheng gave the order. However, the problem was that they didn't even know if their leader, Chen Dongcheng, was dead or alive. How could they fight without a leader? Especially Lin Yi's soul hooking hand, it was something they had never heard or seen before. Humans were always afraid of the unknown, even the masters of Gold Core stage were no exception. At this time, Shin Ijie, who was also shocked, was the first to react. He cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, listen to me. You've all seen the original version of the Green Cloud Calming Secrets. I believe I don't have to say whether it's true or not. Not long ago, Deputy Head Chen took the other original version of the mental cultivation methods and martial arts skills from Martial Granduncle. If I'm not mistaken, he should have taken them to Highest Elder. If it's true or not, I believe he would have announced it in public, but he didn't mention it now. What does this mean?" The crowd couldn't help but be silent. In fact, they didn't need Shin Ijie to say it. They all knew whether it was true or not. However, they had to follow Chen Dongcheng. The fact is very clear. If the Martial Granduncle who gave us so many original mental cultivation methods and martial arts skills is still a fake, I think there's nothing in this world that's real. Shin Ijie said in a low voice. He needed a lot of courage to say these words in public. Because once Chen Dongcheng woke up, or the news spread to Highest Elder, he would definitely not end well. However, Lin Yi's miraculous performance gave him enough confidence. He, Shin Yijie, had always been a cautious person, but when it was time to bet, he would have the courage to put everything on the line. His words made everyone speechless. It was not that they didn't dare to refute, but they really didn't dare to refute in front of Lin Yi. Chen Dongcheng was their example. It was too risky. Everyone, disperse. Shin Yijie said at last. Everyone looked at each other and finally carried Chen Dongcheng away silently. In terms of strength and status, Shin Yijie was far from being the one with the highest authority. However, he was the one who had the most right to speak at this moment. After all, he had chosen the right side. After coming out of Ascending Cliff, several gold core stage seniors of the Chen family looked at each other and carried Chen Dongcheng to the top of the mountain without saying a word. No one knew the details of Lin Yi. Now, the only one who could end this situation was Highest Elder. When the crowd carried Chen Dongcheng to the top of the mountain, Chen Ju was still in the house, studying the mental cultivation methods and martial arts skills that he had just written. He was in high spirits at this moment. He found that it was just as he had expected. Although the two could not directly improve in a level in a short time, it could greatly improve his understanding of mental cultivation methods and martial arts skills. Had Lin could. Yi was highest. Yi had Cheng Yi. Sensing that there was movement outside, Chen Ju did not raise his head. He frowned and said, I have said that you can handle the things below by yourself. You don't have to report everything to me. The crowd could not help but look at each other. They had actually broken the rules by coming up without Highest Elder's permission. It was just that the current situation was special, so they had to do so. At this time, after listening to Chen Ju's words, they suddenly felt a little awkward. Were they leaving? Or not leaving? Just when everyone was hesitating, Chen Ju finally realized something was wrong. A figure immediately flashed out of the house. The next moment, it appeared in front of Chen Dongcheng, whose life or death was unknown. After giving Chen Dongcheng a careful examination, Chen Ju suddenly turned pale with fright. He was a dignified nascent soul-stage-old monster, but he could not see what happened to Chen Dongcheng. He could only vaguely sense that Chen Dongcheng seemed to have no primordial spirit. However, how could a good person not have a primordial spirit? What the hell is going on? Tell me word by word. Don't leave out a word. Chen Ju's face was extremely ugly. He could guess that this must be the work of Lin Yi, but before this, he had never thought that Lin Yi actually had such a means. After listening to the description of these gold core stage senior executives, Chen Ju's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He said a lot of useless nonsense. These people didn't know what happened to Chen Dongcheng at all. Because it happened so suddenly, they couldn't even accurately perceive the appearance of the soul-hooking hand. There was only one sentence to sum it up. Chen Dongcheng was glanced at by Lin Yi, and then he lay down. A gold core stage expert was just glanced at by someone and became this half-dead state. You actually dare to say this kind of nonsense? If that Lin Yi is so terrible and so heaven-defying, will he be trapped by a mere one-step to heaven array? Chen Ju was infuriated. These people were trying to push the blame onto Lin Yi, making him a god. What a bunch of trash. Supreme Elder, please calm down. The gold core stage senior executives quickly knelt down, one by one, as if they were walking on thin ice. Although he was angry, Chen Ju did not lose his composure. Although the description of everyone was a mess, at least one thing could be summed up. The means used by Lin Yi had exceeded the understanding of these gold core stage masters. In other words, the other party was not simply a primordial spirit of the Foundation establishment great perfection. He had really underestimated him before. After Chen Ju calmed down, he looked at the unconscious Chen Dongcheng on the ground and could not help but fall into deep thought. As a Yuanying realm-old monster who stood at the top of the small Jianghu in primitive times, Chen Ju was a first-class existence in terms of strength and vision. However, in the face of the current situation, he was helpless. He did not even know what kind of evil means Chen Dongcheng was in. How could he save him? If it was someone else, a vegetable was a vegetable, and Chen Ju would not care about it at all. But Chen Dongcheng was different. He was the successor of the Chen family of the North Island that he had painstakingly cultivated. The talent had already withered. If Chen Dongcheng was involved, the future of the Chen family of the North Island would be really worrying. Tell me, what should we do about this? Chen Ju glanced at the senior executives of the Gold Core stage who were kneeling on the ground. As soon as these words came out, everyone could not help but look at each other, and they suddenly became more and more shocked. Did this mean that even the Supreme Elder could not save Chen Dongcheng? In my humble opinion, the one who started the trouble should untie it. A middle-aged man with a jade-like face said carefully. This person's name was Lu Pinggan, and his strength was at the late stage of Gold Core. Among the senior executives of the Gold Core stage, he was Chen Dongcheng's most powerful helper. In addition, Lu Pinggan had another special identity. He was Chen Ju's pro-disciple. If not, he would not dare to speak in front of Chen Ju. Go on. Chen Ju glanced at Lu Pinggan and said faintly, yes. Lu Pinggan hesitated and said what he thought. Chapter 53-39. I think that no matter what kind of powerful existence Lin Yi is, since he is known as the Tai Jiu Uncle Master of Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, he will never dare to fall out with us easily. Otherwise, no matter whether his identity is true or false, he will become the mortal enemy of our sect. I believe he knows this very well. Lu Pinggan's words were not self-deception. After all, after the disappearance of the chief Hong Zijuan, the Chen family faction had now become the core force of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Once they fell out with the Chen family faction, it was equivalent to starting a war with the entire Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, and no one could afford the consequences. Isn't this already falling out? Chen Ju glanced at him. Yes, but it's not completely falling out. Although Deputy Chief Chen's state is very worrying, he is not dead after all, isn't he? Lu Pinggan's tone was respectful. You mean that he left himself some leeway? Chen Ju nodded slightly. He was a little overwhelmed by anger just now. Now that he calmed down and thought about it carefully, it really made sense. Since Lin Yi had the means to make Chen Dongcheng half dead, it would be easier for him to kill Chen Dongcheng if he wanted to. However, he did not do so, and the meaning was self-evident. Yes, if I'm not wrong, he did this to pass a message to you, Master. Lu Pinggan said. What message? Chen Ju asked. He wants to talk to you. Lu Pinggan said respectfully. He didn't understand the specific situation just now, but now that he came back to his senses, he had already seen it clearly. Obviously, Lin Yi was using Chen Dongcheng as bait to force Chen Ju, the Taishong elder, to show up in person. If it went well, Chen Dongcheng should still be saved. If it didn't go well, then Chen Dongcheng naturally couldn't be saved. Interesting, then do you think I should talk to him? Chen Ju looked at Lu Pinggan meaningfully. This. Lu Pinggan hesitated, and then said firmly, in my opinion, we shouldn't talk. Don't talk. Then Dongcheng can't be saved? Chen Ju's gaze suddenly became sharp, almost piercing Lu Pinggan's mind. He was suspecting the other party's intentions. It was true that Lu Pinggan was one of his few pro-disciples, but in his mind, Lu Pinggan was far from being comparable to Chen Dongcheng. Even pro-disciples were just outsiders, while Chen Dongcheng carried almost all the hopes of the Chen family in the North Island. How could they compare? With Chen Dongcheng around, disciples like Lu Pinggan, no matter how strong and outstanding they were destined to only be supporting characters. However, if Chen Dongcheng died, it would be a completely different story for them. There was no second Chen Dongcheng in the Chen family of the North Island. Disheartened, Chen Ju was likely to find a qualified successor among his disciples, and the most promising one was Lu Pinggan. In the immemorial underworld, the concept of a clan was greater than that of a master and a disciple. This was different from the Heaven Stage Island, and it was similar to the concept of the secular world. Master, please calm down. Disciples' sincerity towards you and Vice Head Chen can be seen by the heavens and earth. It's just that considering the big picture, you really can't do it yourself. That would only let Lin Yi succeed. Lu Pinggan said quickly. Chen Ju was silent for a moment, squinting at Lu Pinggan. In order to show that he had no disloyalty, Lu Pinggan could only bite the bullet and choose to look at him. Even if his back was sweating profusely, he did not dare to look away. Finally, Chen Ju's gaze softened. Stand up and talk. Yes. Lu Pingan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and other high-level gold core cultivators who came up together also stood up. However, they were all glared at by Chen Ju, who sent them away with a single word. Tell me what you think. Chen Ju said lightly. In this disciple's opinion, once you show up in person, there will be no room for negotiation. If you and Lin Yi don't come to an agreement and fall out in front of each other, the first to suffer will be Deputy Head Chen. If you don't fall out with him in person, then the news will inevitably spread, making people think that you have personally confirmed his identity as the immemorial Uncle Master. At that time, if you want to reverse the case and deal with him, there will be no justification. Lu Pingan analyzed. But if I don't show up, isn't it Dong Cheng who will suffer? Chen Ju frowned. In any case, he must protect Chen Dongcheng. So, this disciple's opinion is that we can talk to him, but Master can't show up in person. We should send another person to talk to him, so that no matter what the result is, there is still room for advance and retreat. It is not too late to make a decision after testing the other party's attitude. Lu Pingan suggested. Chen Ju pondered for a moment and finally decided. Well, then I will send you to talk to him and find a way to find out his bottom line. Remember, no matter what, you can't hurt Dongcheng's life. Yes, Master. Lu Pingan was overjoyed. He was willing to take the risk to suggest this so that he could get this chance. No matter what the result was, as long as he performed well, he would be able to occupy a more important position in Chen Ju's heart. If Chen Dongcheng really couldn't be saved in the end, then Lu Pingan's chance would come. Chen Ju sighed softly as he watched Lu Pingan leave. He looked at the unconscious Chen Dongcheng on the ground. Too bad he's an outsider. They arrived at the sky-reaching cliff. Xin Yijie had already been sent out by Lin Yi to gather people's support. There was only him, Lingshan, and the others in the formation. Ziyu's eyes went wide when she saw Lu Pingan's figure. Lin Yi bro, you really are a genius. What kind of divine foresight is this? As long as the Grand Elder isn't an idiot, he'll probably send someone to talk to me. The only difference is who. Alright, you guys go back to practicing. Don't bother with this bullshit. Lin Yi waved them off with a smile. Disciple Lu Pingan greets Grand Elder. Lu Pingan bowed solemnly. Oh. So you guys admit that I'm the Grand Elder now? Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. You must be joking, Grand Elder. Whether or not your identity is real isn't confirmed yet, but from your disciple's standpoint, as long as there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that you're real, I will treat you as the real Grand Elder. I won't dare disrespect you at all, Lu Pingan said. Haha, you sure know how to talk, Lin Yi sized him up. What business do you have with me? I'm here for Vice Head Chen. Lu Pingan said carefully.